2021, the free hearts and minds of the world are standing together in celebration of freedom and community.
The people are waking and organizing. The people are recognizing their own power.
The people of the world are uniting against the Great Reset.
The people are celebrating the Greater Reset.
From May 24th to 28th, join us as we gather online and in person for the Greater Reset, from activation to expansion.
Over 5 days, we will focus on practical solutions for the most pressing issues of our time. Over 30 world-class speakers will share ideas in 5 different themes. May 24th, Mind, Body, and Soul.
May 25th, Regenerate the Earth.
May 26th, The Counter Economy.
May 27th, Liberating Technology.
May 28th, Community and Relationships. Don't miss out on the next step in the Greater Reset. It's time to get activated.
This is our world,
our way.
All right. What's up, man?
Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well. There's a little bit of echo on your side.
I'm here.
Okay, there we go. Cool. What's up, everybody? This is day 3 of the Greater Reset activation, from activation to expansion. Today, we're going to be talking about the counter economy. But how are things going, John? I saw you guys went out partying last night.
Oh, yeah. Rita and the local volunteers organized what we call the Taste of Freedom. And they went and checked out local shops that are like-minded, that were brave enough not to require masks. They got a lot of flack from the mob and all these Facebook groups. So we wanted to go hear their story. It was very inspirational stuff. And we wanted to give them our business. That's what it's all about. We don't need to get into fights with people or go show up at a spot and just bark at the manager. Let's just take our business elsewhere. And that kind of fits into the theme of today's Greater Reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we get into talking a little bit about before we talk about what we're doing today here at the Counter Economy, I do want to do just a couple of house cleaning items just to remind everybody, if you're listening online or those of you in person, that we did put up the archives, the full day archives. They are on the Greater Reset Odyssey channel, the Float channel. There's a bunch of places. We just emailed it out right now. So if you're on our email list, you just got an email and it has the list of all the places you can find the full archives of day 1 and day 2. And I will be quickly editing as much of them as I can this week to get out the individual talks, because we know we've had so many powerful talks over the last 2 days and people are really excited to catch up on them. And we'll be telling you guys more about some workshops we have going on this Saturday. For those of you in person or online, we have actually a bonus day on Saturday. It's a different event. It's a paid workshop day. There's going to be 4 workshops that we'll tell you about throughout today, and you can find that link on the website. Any other things we should mention, John, before we get into the counter economy?
No, I just want to thank you for your tireless work. We bust our butts during the day, and then you're up editing videos all night. So I really appreciate you and Ramiro and the whole team. And shout out to everyone helping here in Central Texas. And again, remember, this is all about empowerment and activation. So as you're listening to these speakers, really think deep and hard how you can take what it is that they're conveying and apply it in your personal life. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about the theme, John. I mean, like you said, the talk that you guys had last night, going to businesses instead of just being angry because your favorite grocery store or whatever is requiring a mask or maybe a vaccine passport now, you decide to go support somebody else. You know, that's making a wise economic decision. That's not asking the government for help. That's not trying to, you know, coerce somebody. You're saying, hey, I'm going to shop with my dollar, fight with my dollar, and go elsewhere. And that does cover some of what we're going to be getting into today. We have 5 speakers, including John and myself, that will be speaking later this afternoon. Each speaker is going to be presenting some different ideas on economics, whether that's getting into things like crypto or silver, or really just how we think about money itself. Our first couple speakers are going to be getting into that, more of a kind of philosophical, spiritual perspective on what money is and how we might totally revamp the economic systems. And some of the speakers might not all agree on everything, and that's how we like to do it. We want you to be presented with lots of different ideas that might conflict, that might coalesce and work together. But at the end of the day, you, the viewer, those of you listening and watching wherever you're at, you get to decide which ideas work best for you. But the goal is, how do we recognize that the central banking system, the Wall Street banking system, the fractional reserve system, the Wall Street, you know, all that represents really is not a sustainable system. It doesn't serve us, the average person, and there are better ways to go about things. So I'm excited to hear from these speakers. What about you, John?
Super stoked. And it's up to each and every one of us to create our own agora, right? The term counter economy came from the New Libertarian Manifesto written by Samuel Edward Konkin. He talks about agorism or agorism, which is revolutionary market anarchism. It can be applied in all sorts of different ways. And one of the ways is encouraging people to create what we call the counter economy or counter establishment economy, which is just good, like-minded people getting together and doing business with one another and trading with one another. And everyone's all concerned that we're not going to be able to enter the grocery store if we don't have our green light COVID immunity passport. But at the end of the day, why don't we just start our own grocery stores? Or like we heard last night, right across the street, go to grocery stores that are like-minded and that actually get it. And in many ways, money is just a representation of energy and value. So let's put our energy and value in a place that aligns with our principles. And there's enough of us out there. I mean, they're right across the street randomly. And then in this place, they're like-minded Freedom Cell members as well. So there's enough of us out there where we really can create our own economies.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, John, before we introduce the speaker, I did want to just make a connection you made me just think about. Just, you know, the whole thing we're doing here, the reason we have 5 things is because the approach that we encourage people to take is definitely a holistic approach. So yesterday we're hearing people talk about how to build better food systems, right? And how to localize food production. Today, we're going to be talking about economic, financial, alternative economic ideas. And they really go hand in hand, right? Because as we're building an alternative economy, we need to build alternative food production systems. We need to build alternative, healthcare systems. All these sorts of ideas, they're all interrelated because, again, we're pushing back against the Great Reset agenda by calling for a people's reset, a greater reset, something that's driven from the bottom up by us, by people like us, and systems that align with our values. So remember that as we're talking about economics, even if it's not really your forte, it's not your main focus or your main concern, recognize that all of these topics are connected. It's important to recognize that. Anything else, John, or should we get to our speaker?
Let's get right down to it. Why don't you introduce our next speaker, our first speaker of the day? Go ahead and introduce our next speaker there, old Derek. Can you hear me? Is he frozen? All right. Well, I think.
All right. Can you hear me, John?
I can hear you. You guys okay?
Good.
We're great.
All right, cool. All right, man. Let's go ahead and I will introduce our first speaker. This gentleman, this is one of the few of the speakers that are on the list that were suggested by the community. When we were getting ready to do this event, we did have a nomination suggestion form, and many of you, we actually had, I think, 500 different suggestions for speakers. And so some of them we chose, and some of them will probably be in future events. This gentleman was one of the suggested speakers, and he is a part of an organization I believe he founded. We're about to learn all about it, called Hanami, I don't know. We'll let him tell us more about it. But his name is Wisate, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Please come to the stage, brother, and share your ideas with us.
Hello, guys.
Did I pronounce that okay?
It's Wisate Klinkusum. That's how you pronounce it.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Yeah, it's all right, no problem. And I want to talk to you
all right,
guys
it's all yours.
about. All right, thank you. I want to talk to you guys also about Hanami. This is something that I have been working since 2016. And basically, you can tell English is not my first language. So there's going to be a lot of grammar mistake, but just bear with me. I believe I have a message that everybody should be hearing about. And thank you for giving me the stage to present my idea. And I guess this is how we're going to start it. This is my first time to do presentation of this sort, so just bear with me, and everything will flow out. I hope. Hanami. What is Hanami? Hanami is harmony and economy. It's all lumped together to Hanami. That's how I came up with the term, and also I also come up with another term that is alternative to capitalism, socialism, or whatever lism. It's gonna be Hanomism if it gets to that level. I decided the way that I'm gonna do my presentation is I'm gonna just tell you why we need to get into something else, which most of the people here already aware that we need to find alternative to the Great Reset. And I will tell you a little bit about myself, who I am, and so on. I came to the U.S. I live in the U.S. right now in Florida. I came to the U.S. to have my education since I was 17, and right now. It has been almost 30 years since I was out of the college, and a little bit nervous here, out of college, but working in the corporate environment wasn't my option. So I have to find a way to feed my living. I use the word feed my living instead of make my living, because I believe that our body, it's just like tools. We have to make sure that we can experience things in this spectrums of our existence. We just live in a little, really tiny band of frequency. And to experience life in this frequency, we need a vehicle, and it's a tool, so that we can interact with all things that we see. Just like a radio wave, we cannot see it, we cannot experience it, but when we have tools, we can do something about it. And this is where I'm coming from. And I'm just like pretend that we are all a car. Our body is a car. There's a driver that come through us. That, to me, I can refer it as a consciousness. And most of the people right now, use their time and all resources to make sure that the car is in good shape so that they can just drive around and experience things. I believe that we are here to experience and to contribute. I just show the chart here. My chart is pretty simple. Thanks to Ross Perot, give me this idea. So this is what I if you can look at the chart, Einstein said everybody's born genius. And I believe that everybody have something to contribute. And if you look at this chart, the orange line is where the basic human needs are. And most of us have to spend the most valuable assets is time to make to the basic human needs, so that we can share with the world all this gift that we have. And as you can see in the picture, the current gift and all we have right now, it seems to be really thin. But there's a lot of people, billions of people in the world, that their gift and their talents is not being brought out to share with the world to make the world better. And this is why Hanami is happening. I want everybody to share, to be able to bring gift and enrich the world in a grand way. Hanami, what is Hanami? Hanami is a system, it's a worldwide paradigm shift in the social, financial, and economic system to harmonize living for all. The potential of Hanami is to create a win-win situation for all people, for all country, animal, environment, and we can do this. The two pillars of Hanami are collective human knowledge that we have from the past until now, and the technology that we currently have. Hanami would not be possible over a decade ago, but now we at the point of the starting point that the idea should be introduced to this, so that in the next few years, when the technology is no question about it, that it can be met and efficient and effective, we can just hop on that system. This presentation, I will show you how Hanami concept work. A lot have to do with how we look at the money. People who at this conference aware of the Great Reset, aware of the problem, aware of the system, the monetary system that we have, does no longer serve people. Therefore, alternative have to be bring up forward. Hanami, the frameworks of Hanami are two things: basic human needs and basic human right. What we have right now in the world is so abundant that we can share all this to everyone and raise the level of basic human need to the level that we can make it so that the whole world can live in harmony. At the same time, to make Hanami possible, people have to know what the basic human rights are, or our speaker earlier mentioned to me about natural law as the same line as that. The current system that we have is no longer serve us, most of us. Therefore, a new system needs to be brought forward to make that happen. I'm still a little bit nervous here. I think we're going to get better as time go on here. But all right, let's get into the chart that I have here. I hope that from this chart you can understand the concept of this chart and my way of thinking. Okay. The next one, we introduce global basic income. This global basic income will take care of the basic human need. We see a mismatch in basic human needs items right now. It is not because of we lack of it. It is because of the efficiency in distribution and accessibility. With the technology that we have currently and the knowledge, we can make it happen for everyone. Okay, just follow the chart with me. It's pretty simple. Once basic human needs are met, people can start using their time to share what they have to the world with the world. And these are some of the terminology of Hanomi that I think is related to what we're gonna be hearing today. Yeah. We have GBI, that's Global Basic Income, and we have a Global Citizen Council, similar to a UN, but I don't want you to think of it that way. It's gonna be more of people in the world have more say to what's gonna happen. And then we're gonna have a GKB, which is Global Kinetic Bank. Again, I don't want you to associate so much with the current structure of the world finance, but it just have to be there as an organization that can get everyone to come and work together. In the beginning, maybe it's just people, and in the future, maybe it's just a computer link us together. And CCB is a central bank, country central bank. Again, it is not what we see as central bank that we have right now. It's just a different way of operation, but it has to be there, at least in the beginning, until everything is just self-run. We have a Carsian account. Carsian account is a master account. What Hanomi is doing is looking at the money differently. Money in itself has no intrinsic value. Actually, it is a storage, a capsule storage of energy. Therefore, if you don't use it, let other people who can use it to create more energy. And I will go into it how that will work. And then we have a MABA. This is a maximum account allowance limit. How does this work? In Hanomi, we will have a financial system, and in each country, people of that country will determine the maximum, the best way to go forward. MABA is maximum account balance. I'll give you example. The GBI that I propose is 2,500 PM per month. Right now, the PM, which is currency unit, is 1-to-1 to a US dollars, because the US dollar is still the world reserve currency. A country can say, well, the MABA should be 2 years, which has been 60,000, 2,500 per month, that's 30,000 per year. Could be 60,000 or 30,000. Whatever amount of currency, I'm talking about currency only, that above 30,000 or 60,000, you have to contribute back to the country treasury at a specific rate. And I call that rate MSA rate. Okay. And in Hanomi, instead of GPI that we use to measure the economic activities, I introduced PUS index. This index will measure the prosperity, unity, and stability, measure the good government, and so on. And there's a calculation, a formula in the Hanomi manifesto. For those who haven't heard of Hanomi, I would like to encourage you to go to hanomi.com and start with the two pages introduction. Everything on that site is free. There's no money involved here. I'm 51 years old. I don't plan to have any kids. So what I'm doing here is my contribution, and hopefully this will spark different idea, or maybe it can be taken forward and have a discussion based on Hanomi concept at the world level. And maybe we will find us to have the first worldwide referendum. I do not know, but it's just a complete system, a blueprint that will replace what we have right now. And the transitioning period to get to Hanomi system, it will take only 2 short years, plus maybe 3 years of observation. Most of people will not even realize much of the changes. But those who do, their life can start changing different. You're gonna live their life differently, so that we can live according to our perspective. There's no two people have the same perspective in life, but what we have to do is to provide fundamental so that they can start living life the way they see it, as long as basic human rights are being observed. Basically, do not violate other basic human lives, so that they can just experience what the world has to offer, what life in this realm called Earth have to offer through the tools, our body. Just to go back about car. A car is a body, a driver, consciousness. When you are 20 years old, and when you're 50 years old, as you're 50 years old, you're likely to forget what inside the car, exactly how it's like and all this stuff. But we remember how to drive. Doesn't matter how many cars you change, we know how to drive. And that stick with us. That's the consciousness. I think once we leave this body, it's basically we just hop on another car. Therefore, what we learn, such as driving in the old car, we take it along with us, but we just hop into another car, just leave this body in this realm called Earth, that allow us to interact with all things that we see, hear, or things that we can sense with our 5 senses. That's how I look at life. And there shouldn't be any fear for any reason, because you just hop on another car if you're not here in this realm. All right, let's go back to Hanomi, the chart that I'm sharing. GBI, that's global basic income, that's for everyone on Earth. And the money for GBI is coming from the country central bank and the MSA contribution. MABA, self-explanatory, and MSA rate. Okay. Now now remember what I need to say about is this. In 2016, I look at a set of numbers. Since I came from Thailand, so I sort of always have questioned why things happen this way. Why is it people in Thailand working so hard, send material product to the US or Europe, and did not get paid as much as what are being sold. So I think there is a problem with the system. And then when I look at one set of numbers, I can go through this. This is what I see. Snowball of debt. The country that have the most debt seem to be the country in first world nation. And this debt in the US, this is an old chart, but in the US right now, as of early May, every child, man and woman in the US is all owning about $94,000 in debt. This debt will never be paid off. So, and also we are aware that the current system just keep printing money. There's open end. We have to start looking at how we operate financially in a more like a closed end and more of inclusiveness instead of exclusiveness. So how do we solve this debt problem? First, we have to find a way to get rid of the interest rate structure and in a way get rid of debt at the end. I suggest that if we will create money, we call PM money, one-time creation at the rate of the highest debt per capita of the highest debt nation of the highest debt nation, which right now is Japan. It's around 120,000 plus 1 year of the GBI, Global Basic Income, that come out to be about 150,000 PM or US dollars right now is 1:1. And everybody in the world will get that, but not directly. We're going to use it for debt settlement and distribution of this money will take about 5 to 10 years. And I will show you how the number work. Okay, I have doing a lot of number crunching. I just want to show you this and even create a foreign exchange system and so on. The way it works is this. GBI is come from, a part of it will come from this money, the debt settlement money. And a part of it will come from the MSA contribution. In short, even though you, okay, I now find the slide now. For example, country with a higher debt, 120,000, 1 year of GBI, that much. During the settlement period, $1, 1 PM. At the GKB, there will be a mandate reserve requirement of 10% or whatever percent. This is a suggestion. This mandate is to keep peace and so that we can coexist without wars. And then we have foreign exchange rate reserve 10%, 20%, I do not know. We just have to come together and then crunch number, mathematicians can just help doing this. And then we have a hoarding of the newfound wealth at the country central bank. All the detail is in the Hanami Manifesto in one way or another. And if you believe that this is going to flood the whole system with money, well, that is not so, because there is regulator that I will show. Okay. Let's see. The regulator is MABA. MABA, if you believe that there's too much money in the system in your country, MABA can be raised up. And that's going to leave less money in the system. Basically, there are tools, there are so many variables that can control the volume of money in the country so that we don't have to worry about inflation. Under Hanami, the government in your country is responsible for maintaining exchange rate to be not fluctuate too much, and also maintain the volume of money in the country. And then you said, well, if we start taking MSA contribution, there are going to be a lot of rich people who currently have a lot of money not happy about this. And how do we deal with this? Well, this presentation, this chart gives you an idea how we can deal with this. Hanami will apply MSA rate on currency only that not being used, and the currency is over MABA. That's maximum allowance. And the way we calculate the balance is average money balance, just like bank doing right now. Whatever currency that have more than MABA, then we can attack that. All right. Those who have a lot of money, currency of excess of MABA, they can do few things. They can contribute to the country central bank at the MSA rate. You can direct investment, because under Hanami, I believe that going to be a lot of people like me who invent, who have idea, but do not have fun to take it forward, to bring it out to the world. This thing going to be coming out, and the world going to have a lot of choices to make us become more godlike. After all, what the progress in humanity is to allow us to do things, more things in the time that we have. We can become godlike, things can manifest in a short time, and in the future with technology, the 3D printer, the food replica, and all these things are coming out. It's gonna help us toward that. This includes energy. I believe that when all this gift and talent start to surface up, we're gonna find new way of living that we never heard of before, that make life more efficient, make the world resources to be shared to more people. If you have money, currency access MABA, you can direct investment or invest in a mutual fund of sort, because there will be a lot of people who do not have money to the level of MABA. There's an opportunity here to save money for those who have a lot of money, or just invest in your project and have a residual income. Okay. This is the highlight of Hanami. Basic need met, basic right observed, sovereign debt worldwide settled, no tax on income, profit, and spending. Interest rate charged and austerity practice abolished and a fractional reserve system, money creation and power to go over belong to the people. It's decentralized living, a small community of the like mind, join together, increase transparency, bring forward technology, innovation, improve care and environment, and then we can pass this along. I can see that money going to be playing less and less role under Hanami as time goes by. And when it comes to the point that we realize that those who have and have not have to work together, because to travel from point A to point B, we're going to run into a lot of terrain. If we're going to give an example, those who do not have as much as the sandals, those who have a lot, sneakers. If you're going to travel from point A to point B, you're going to run into terrain that have a lot of water, rocky terrain. Sneakers probably fall apart in the terrain of a lot of water. Sandal, probably the best to use. When the sandal and sneaker come together and create something else, and that's something else right now is like Crocs, C-R-O-C-S, that can go in the rocky terrain or wet terrain, and we get from point A to point B. When people realize that we need each other to get to point B, when we get there, we can see point C, but the point C is maybe it's no longer about shoes, about the material. It could be about something else, and we need everybody to help contribute to get us from there to from B to C. I jot down a lot of notes, and I could not cover it all in this presentation, and this presentation is really the first presentation I'm doing. So I'm a little bit nervous and scattered, but I can tell you this, that Hanami will solve immigration issue because each person get income directly from their country. The rich country that have a lot of debt right now can help newly emerged country. They will have a lot of resources. And I said this is about closed economic system. If money is not here, it will be here. If not here, it will be here. It's all around, and we can help each other. And right now, I believe that you want to know how much is the MFA rate. The MFA rate for the US is about 2 to 2.5% per month on the money access MABA, only on the currency. But that can come down significantly. If you work together with other country, you can borrow money in exchange for something. There's no interest, no usury element in this at all. It's all removed. For 2,500 per month GBI and MABA at 30,000. If you have money, cash only, over 130,000, then you will, at the net, you will contribute. If you have, let's say, $500,000, it's not 2.5%. The effective rate is 1.8% per month. Again, when you calculate it, it's much cheaper, it's much lower than what we are paying today in most places in taxes, no income tax under Hanami. So this is how we solve it. And for those who have a lot of money, like you can lower your contribution significantly. It's your choice that you can go directly to the CCB or save some money here. And I said, for the excess MABA fund, you can see I have an AA rating and BB rating. Why difference here? some people who have more to pledge, the fund will be safer. Investment will likely get less fee for it. 2.5% earlier. Those who have a lot of money can put it there and maybe give those who are allowed to use the extra marble maybe 5%, 0.5%. The lower risk will get less. Basically, the whole environment it just work if we look at the money differently. And Hanami Manifesto, Hanami system have this. I hope this presentation so far can give you some idea what I'm trying to achieve and how it's possible. But I can go through how the system works in detail when I have more time. But this basically an idea and a new idea that I think people need to hear, and we can look at things in a different light when we deal with money. And I think my time is pretty much up, and that's pretty much it.
Hey, thank you, brother, for your time. Can we get a round of applause for him?
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you soon. We'll put your website and everything out there. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. And we'll be in touch, man. Everybody check them out. I think the website is hanami.com. All right, we're going to continue today. We were talking about the counter economy. John was sort of touching on this a little bit earlier, but that phrase, is anybody here unfamiliar with the counter economy, that term? Is that sort of new to anybody? Or maybe you've heard it called the informal economy, also sometimes just called the black market, the gray market. That's one interpretation of it. But when we say counter, we don't mean like going against the economic system per se. We mean outside of their system. So we're really talking about trying to build something that is outside of the mainstream economic system for a number of reasons. And the ideas you just heard, those are some alternatives. We're going to hear from John Bush in just a moment. He's going to present some alternatives. I do want to say, just to let you guys know, our next speaker was supposed to be Rob of the Page family, aka White Walking Feather. Unfortunately, his internet connection was not strong enough, so we're unable to put him on screen, because you wouldn't be able to talk for us and then send it, and we'll send it out there to our audience for those of you who wanted to hear him. But we're going to hear from John Bush in just a moment. He's got a lot of interesting ideas to share with you. I know he's going to have a lot to say about the counter economy and some solutions for you guys out there at home. We'll be right back in just a moment. Please enjoy this break.
Support for the Greater Reset comes from Souls Enterprise. You're already on the spiritual path, but do you feel deeply and authentically connected to yourself, source, and others? Souls Enterprise offers spiritual advancement through in-person and worldwide events, workshops, retreats, and individual work. Find out more at soulsenterprise.org. Souls Enterprise. Connection, compassion, consciousness. And now, without further ado, back to the activation.
In 2021, the free hearts and minds of the world are standing together in celebration of freedom and community.
The people are waking and organizing. The people are recognizing their own power.
The people of the world are uniting against the Great Reset.
The people are celebrating the Greater Reset.
From May 24th to 28th, join us as we gather online and in person for the Greater Reset. From activation to expansion.
Over 5 days, we will focus on practical solutions for the most pressing issues of our time. Over 30 world-class speakers will share ideas in 5 different themes. May 24th, Mind, Body, and Soul.
May 25th, Regenerate the Earth.
May 26th, The Counter Economy.
May 27th, Liberating Technology.
May 28th, Community and Relationships. Don't miss out on the next step in the Greater Reset. It's time to get activated.
This is our world,
our way.
our way.
Hey, John, can you hear us? It might be the connection, but you might be muted on your end. We can't hear you over here. I'm not sure if that's something on our end or if it might be on your end.
How about now?
There you go.
All right. Just making sure you guys were paying attention down there in Mexico, not having a siesta or something. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I need to pay attention to my time. If you guys can cut, just hop in when I got 5 minutes left. Control room, Derek Ramiro, if you hear me, because I'm not looking at the time here. Okay, little flustered, an outline and everything, but then I thought, you know what? I'm just going to speak it from the heart. That's where it flows best, right? We heard from Christian Westbrook yesterday. And it was all about that heart connection. So I'm just going to let it flow, share some stories, do a little freestyle. I'm actually in hip hop freestyle on Friday. You guys better be ready. Look out. So today I want to talk about abundance and manifestation and wealth and money. Ooh, money. A lot of people are weird about money. A lot of people have a bad relationship with money. And you could tell by the way they talk about money. And what I want to do today is share some insights and some principles and some lessons that I've learned in my 12 years of entrepreneurship. So ever since 2009, I haven't had a quote unquote normal job. I've been self-employed, whether it was starting nonprofits, working contract labor for folks, doing political campaigns, or running businesses. And, that sounds all cool, like, wow, an entrepreneur. But a majority of that time, I lived in total poverty. And I worked my butt off a lot, away from the family. The struggle with money and the time away from the family when I had 2 young babies really contributed a lot to the failure of my marriage. And it was rough. I mean, it was like, I can't go back and do a normal job. The last normal job I had, I would pay attention to my phone and all the news and stuff more. I was a part-time teller at a credit union. It's a good job though. When they gave me the opportunity, like, we're giving bonuses if you set up appointments for the financial advisor. I was like, boom, let me tell you about this amazing financial advisor we have. But for the most part, it wasn't for me. I even had a job as a trainer teaching people how to run the election machines here in Travis County, right? But I kept on telling the supervisors, like, we could really make this system more efficient and save a whole lot of taxpayer money if we could just do it this way. And they're like, nope, that's not what we want to keep our budget. Shut up. That's not your job. So I just wasn't cut out for employment or working for someone else. But it was a struggle. And I didn't want to go back to that space. I didn't want to be an employee again. Wanted to work for myself. But like I said, for a good long time, it was not able to pay the electric bill. It was behind on rent. It was not adequate supplies in the pantry for the 2 little ones. And it was hard. But I didn't give up, and I persisted. And I'm super excited to share with you guys today that my financial world is in the best place that it's ever been. And I keep on having the best month ever and the best year ever. And 2020 was a nightmare scenario for most people, but I made more money in 2020 than I'd made in the previous years combined. And it was from mindset really that made the big difference. This whole time I've been binging the Tony Robbins and the Siddharthas, the Buddha, this guy over here, and Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, all that stuff. I would watch all the YouTube videos and read all the books, but it wasn't clicking for me. It wasn't lining up. And it wasn't until I really started practicing mindfulness that I was able to interrupt the limiting beliefs that were in my mind, holding me back. And I want to convey to everyone that we all have the ability to do that as well, right? We have this soundtrack, this monologue, sometimes it's a dialogue, going on in our head, right? We have this inner voice. And oftentimes that inner voice takes the form of a nagging mother. No offense, Mom, I love you. Or your peers that are putting you down and don't believe in you, or the high school bully, or the media telling you should do something or shouldn't do something. And it was through mindfulness practice that I was able to take control of that inner voice and be conscious of when that inner voice was conveying something that didn't serve me. When the inner voice was encouraging me to think small, or to not take a risk, or to be afraid, I could catch that and be like, wait a second, who is that? That's not me. That's somebody else from my past, and interrupt it and think abundantly instead. And it was that mindset change that really changed my life, essentially. And I want to share some stories, and they have a lot to do with entrepreneurship and business and making money and providing goods and services to other human beings. But also these principles can be applied all throughout your life. So you not only can have a good financial life, but good relationships with your significant other, your children. And you can fulfill your life's dreams, right? There's all sorts of nastiness and ugliness in the world, but it doesn't have to be that way. And I just want everyone to recognize that if you first make a choice that you are going to live a better life, a life of your dreams, right? And if you have your mindset and your thoughts align with that choice, and then it doesn't stop there, right? A lot of people are like, law of attraction. And you're like sitting there thinking like, I'm thinking about money, nice cars. The couch is really comfy. Just thinking for the past, 3 weeks, but there's no money coming to me, right? Because the missing element is massive action. And when I say massive action, I mean like, whoa, massive action above and beyond what you think is needed in order to accomplish your goals. You got to 10x it. I'm going to talk about Grant Cardone. That's another guy that changed my life. The 10X guy. Yeah. We got the Grant fans in the audience. So I can actually trace it back to February of 2019 when things really started changing for me. I was dating my current girlfriend. We've been together for almost 4 years now. And we were leaning on her credit card like it was going out of style because I was broke. And I was like, well, I have 2 kids, it's help us out. We could do this. Let's finance the trip on your credit card. We'll go up to PorcFest and spend $2,000. I promise we'll pay it back. And sure enough, we worked our asses off at a booth, got the money back, but it wasn't very sexy for me to be like, I'm struggling. And in February 2019, we went to Ann Arbor there. And that's when I just really like, wow, I'd been exposed to this guy, Grant Cardone, this 10X thing. And that's when I made a whole lot of money selling Kratom. I have one of my main business incomes is mybraveBotanicals.com. And we also moved into this house that we rented, this freaking mansion on the beach. And when we were choosing, like, should we do the mansion on the beach? Maybe it's a little big. It's definitely a little expensive. That was the voice going on in my head. I said, you know what? Screw it. Let's do the mansion on the beach that has like 10 beds. And let's rent those beds out to folks that are coming to the conference. And in fact, why don't we double down and rent the house across the street that's 3 stories and has another 12 beds? Let's just do it. We could turn it into a little enterprise and make some money in the process. And sure enough, we did just that. I made a few $1,000s from hustling these rooms and had a great time with all these people there. And at the conference, did great financially. And ever since then, it's just been like, wow, a flip was switched in my mind. And I recognized that I can accomplish anything that I put my mind to. And every single person in this room and every single person in Zihuatanejo, Mexico, and every single person that's watching on the stream has the exact same capability. You just have to make that decision and recognize the greatness inside of you, okay? Now, when it comes to the mindset, I really want to challenge people to become conscious and mindful of when they are involved in thinking scarce or when they're involved in abundance. And I've had this struggle in my life. I remember many years ago here at Juice Land here in Austin. It's a juice bar, and the juice it costs like $10 a juice or $12. And the mother of my kids, she was feeling under the weather and was dealing with some health issues. And we would go to Juice Land because it made her feel great. And I would begrudgingly buy the juice. And we got to buy juice for the kids too. So by the end of the day, we're getting juice, not a full meal. It's like $45. And I'd always complain. And she, that affected her. And she was like, this juice makes me feel really good. But when you pay for it, you always complain. That doesn't feel good. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to change the way I think about money. And instead of thinking that I'm giving something up and I'm losing, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm supporting this local business. I don't support them as much anymore because they're hardcore with COVID stuff and masks. Even when you're outside, it's like, I thought you guys were healthy because we're all drinking juice. We don't, whatever. And so I said, rather than be afraid and scarce, I'm going to be grateful that I have the resources in order to support this company. And I'm look at the people that I'm helping to pay their salary that are all chipper and cheerful in the line. And it totally changed my perspective. And I've had my little 5-star program and I'm spending like $4,000 with Juiceland. And I wasn't like, oh my God, that's so much money. I was like, wow, that's nourishing my body. I love this. And it just helped to flip the script. And again, you have that consciousness. I'm over at Zoe Market across the street, like-minded place, buying a bag of chips, $5.75 for a bag of chips. And I think, ooh, $5.75. No, see, it's not, oh, $5.75, that's expensive. It's, I'm grateful that I'm in a position to be able to give $5.75 to this business because it's amazing people that run this spot. And then I learned later on, they're even more amazing than I thought because they're like standing up against the whole mask thing as well. You know, and we got an $11 juice. Bought my girlfriend an $11 juice. And I was like, hell yeah. The next day I went back and bought another one. And it was good. And I love it. So flip that script. You know, I recently did a crypto workshop. And I'm going to share a little bit more about it on Thursday. We have the recording. I over-delivered. I did a 7-hour straight spiel about cryptocurrency. If anybody wants to purchase the recording, then go to cryptoandprivacy.com. cryptoandprivacy.com. It costs $197 for a ticket to participate, right? But the thing about money, right? Some people flipped out about that in our own Greater Reset chat. And we're like, $197, that's ridiculous, that's crazy. But you know what? The $197 per person motivated me to stay up late at night working on a pristine presentation and then in the moment deliver 7 hours myself, put together 2 other speakers that delivered 4 hours, deliver 3 more hours after they delivered their 4 hours, and then follow up with another 3.5 hours because some people still weren't getting it. So overall, it's over 17 hours worth of content that people got for $197. But some people said, 197, that's absolutely ridiculous. I thought you guys were about the movement and helping people. It's like, yeah, we are. And that's the point. Because oftentimes when people pay for something compared to getting it for free, they take it a little bit more seriously. They're going to pay a little bit more attention and they're going to integrate and apply it a little bit more. But the same price, $197. Some people say, that's ridiculous. You're so greedy. You're a greedy capitalist. And other people say, wow, $197. I really got a lot of value from that. That's incredible. 17 hours. Wow, that's a great deal. It's all about your mindset. Same 197, same course, different mindset. Same thing with this event. Somebody, I guess they were confused because the live stream's absolutely free. Don't charge anything for anyone that's watching online. But the tickets for this event, if you came all week, was $100. And some people are like, $100? Are you ridiculous? That's crazy expensive. I could take that $100 and eat all week. Definitely not going to Zoe Market with that kind of budget. So I heard that, and then the next day, my man George over here says, wow, $100 for 5 days worth of content? That's absolutely incredible. What a great value you guys are providing. And I was like, that's right. It's all about perspective, right? I mean, at the end of the day, this local event's going to cost like $8,000 or more. We're bringing Jimmy Vaughn to perform, right? So money isn't this weird thing that we ought to be afraid of or scared of or bash other people because they're making money or asking for money. It's a transfer of value, and the relationship that we have with money in large part determines how much money we're going to have in our lives and how we're going to feel about our relationship with money. And it's really important. You could tell how some people talk, right? Because money's all over the place. We live in a world of abundance. There is money everywhere. You drive down the street, each and every car's 30, 40, 60, all these buildings, all the beautiful work, all this technology, like, wow, there's money everywhere. And you can go out and get it. You just have to provide value to other human beings, right? If you want to earn money in this world, you need to solve problems for people. The bigger the problem, the more money you can earn. But people are like, $197, and the money that's all out there and the value, it's like, oh, maybe we should go hang out. Oh, no, and the money just turns around and runs the other way. Meanwhile, if you have that abundance mindset, you'll find that the money just is flowing in, and it's absolutely crazy. Like with this workshop, my lovely girlfriend, we're buying a house, actually. And it all culminates because there's a lot of folks in this movement even that think money is evil or money is the root of all evil or we shouldn't need money, this, that, and the other. But then they're simultaneously like, I wish I could get out of the city. I wish I could pull my kids out of government school, but I have to work. right? And there's a disconnect there because, like it or not, we live in an economic world, right? And for the folks that think money's all evil or they want to reject the Federal Reserve, you could take my course, cryptocurrency. Like, you could still earn a living through an alternative economic system. We have that available to us, and it's a beautiful thing. So I just want to throw out the objection that we're dealing with Federal Reserve notes, because the Federal Reserve is bad news bears, and that money is used for bad things. But we have cryptocurrency. There's no excuse at the end of the day. So we are buying 10-acre property, and we actually close right after this conference. And I'm super excited about that. And it's by providing value to other human beings and them exchanging dollars with me and cryptocurrency, love the cryptocurrency, let it flow, that we're able to buy this property. And that's a very beautiful thing. And so my lovely girlfriend was saving up. She has a job, a great job. It's a commission-based job. If you're going to be employed, make sure it's a commission-based job if you can, because the sky's the limit. It's hard to have a cap, a salary, especially if you get yourself trapped in a contract and we're like, this is what we're going to pay you this year. We'll revisit it next year. It's like, I mean, they just added 15% to the M2 money supply. Oh man, all those dollars I'm getting paid are going to be worth less. But if you have a commission-based job or you're an entrepreneur, the sky's the limit. And so she managed to save up a good chunk of money for the down payment. And she was like, where's the other half of the money, John? This doesn't feel very equitable. And I was like, trust me, I got this. Don't worry. I promise. She's like, she was kind of breaking my balls a little. And that's okay, because she's right. It was not equitable. It was back to the pre-February 2019 days where she's like, yeah, I did. I put the trip on my credit card. What are we going to do here? And I was like, don't worry. I got a plan. So I put together this workshop. And in large part, it was a means to an end. The beauty of the work that I do, that anyone can do, is if you're an activist, if you're a principled person, oh, and we're back. Okay, so I said, don't worry about it. I got a plan. I'm going to go out in the marketplace. I'm going to provide some value, and I'm going to make sure I can at least match your down payment. And sure enough, I was able to match the down payment and then come in with a whole lot of money to buy the greenhouse, to pay the down payment on the construction loan, to just do what we need to do. And another great lesson that I'd like to share is to really connect with your purpose and your why, to line up with that what it is that fuels you and keeps you going and keeps you up at night thinking, right? And for me, my why is my kids. And never wanting them to live in poverty ever again. And that's a large part why I can put in 60-hour weeks and come home and just wake up the next morning, 7 a.m. and do it again. And when you center on that why, and when you think about that why and you meditate on that why, it allows you to take the massive action necessary to do big things and to reach big goals. And so one of the things we're going to do with the extra money, my son is like a total botanist. He loves plants. He does little transplants and trimmings and clippings and all sorts of stuff. So it's like, I'm going to buy my son a greenhouse. I'm going to help fulfill his dreams. So when you align with that purpose, when you align with that why, it can really to fuel your fire, because I know there's so much going on in the world and there's so many objections that we always come up with, and back to the way that we think. A lot of times when I share ideas with this, people in their head are like, well, I got this problem and I know it may be easy for you. Or a lot of people are like, I know it may be easy for you. Look how light your skin color is, right? And I just want to address that, because I do recognize that there are some groups of people that they have it harder in life, especially in the financial world, right? And when you look at the African-American community, it wasn't that long ago that there was segregation, and then it wasn't that long ago by other people. And that's not good, right? And I just want to point out that sometimes it takes more work, it takes overcoming more obstacles and more barriers, but it can be done. And it's important to switch out of that space of victimhood and looking for reasons why it can't work, and instead to flip the script and look for ways that it can work, right? It's all about the mindset. It all comes down to mindset. So I want to encourage folks to think big also when it comes to your goals. Like, I'm thinking about the next event that we do, or the next event, bigger space, grander space, flying all the speakers in. And another thing too, when it's like, wow, you got to have a COVID test or a vaccine in order to fly to Europe. Whenever I started hearing that kind of stuff, I'm like, I want to show my kids Europe. I've been to Europe. It was really cool. The first thought that came into my head was like, I need to double down so I can afford to fly private. That's what my thing's like, right? I'm like, oh, wow, we got to double it up. Let's go. Dolores Cahill, right? Again, it's all mindset. We can be small, we can be in a victim space, or we can step into a space of abundance. And big think is another thing, like 60K a year. And they're like, my goal is to make 75K this year, right? It's like 60 to 75. That doesn't result in a huge quality of life change. Maybe it's a little bit easier, a little less of a struggle. So my man, Grant Cardone, the 10X guy, he says, when you're thinking about goals, might as well just 10X them. So rather than the goal being 60,000 or 75,000 a year, just throw another zero on it. Let's go for 600,000, baby. Woo! Because then it's like, wow, can you imagine $600,000 a year? All the good, cool things I could do, the life that I could live. We could do whatever the heck we wanted, right? We could give back. We could start our own tax foundation like the damn Rockefellers and Bill and Melinda Gates do. We do have a 501c3. Thanks everyone that's supporting us through that. But it's that big think that fuels your fire as well. And the cool thing at the end of the day is you set your goal for 600,000 a year. Let's say maybe we only reach, we only get half the way there. Maybe 20% of the way there. That's still 120,000, right? So think big, dream big. And think about the future too. There's this great lesson from the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And that's to begin with the end in mind, right? And so don't just go randomly throughout life. Begin with the end in mind. Project an ideal future for yourself and project a big, beautiful future for yourself with all the stuff that you love and you enjoy doing. The things that you enjoy doing that light your heart on fire, try to develop a lifestyle design where you can do those things anytime that you want to do it, right? Begin with the end in mind and have that goal and that vision. And then determine, what do I need to do in my life in order to get there, right? And back to this 10X thing. So if you're thinking about, okay, my business revenue, what are we going to do? All right, let's increase it by 20%. Now, if you 10X it and you're like, wow, what do I need to do to get there? Maybe I need a bigger office, right? I've had the whole abundance manifestation thing. I've had that with offices. There was an office we were moving into in San Marcos. My friend was getting a spot in the same office. There was this huge, beautiful office at the end of the hall. And there's this little cubby in the corner. And I was like, what if you guys get this office and I rent this cubby from you? It'll only be like $100 a month. And they're like, nah, man, you're not thinking big enough. You could do better than that cubby, John. Sure enough, I got 2 rooms next door. But then about 3 months later, they moved out and I rented the big giant office. It was just that mindset that stuck with me. Like, don't be the little cubby guy. Think about the whole damn building if you want to go big with your think, right? Because we need to go big think. Lord knows the Great Reset is big think. They're thinking about what's life going to be like in 2030. And we're like, how am I going to pay this bill next week, right? And I know that it's a struggle. But it's through this big think, it can pull us towards a better future for ourselves and for other people. And it's not just the big think, it's the massive action. It takes a lot of work. And one thing that I've conveyed in the Greater Reset chat is encouraging people to be conscious of how you spend your time. If you're not satisfied with the position that you're in today, you got to change something. And like my boy Grant Cardone says, if you want to change, you got to change, right? If you want change, sometimes you got to give something up. So one of the things that I've given up recently is sleeping till 8 or 9. I try to wake up at 7 a.m. every day and get a start on the day bright and early, right? I try to beat my son up so I at least have some alone time, but that sucker's up way early, which will be good on the farm and the garden. He can be tending to the chickens. But if you want to change, you got to give something up. And so, the time that you spend on Facebook scrolling, try to adopt that mindfulness. Goes back to our friend Siddhartha here. Mindfulness. You're like, it's easy to get trapped. It's programmed to trap you in endless scrolling. But try to be like, wait a second. Could I be writing my goals down right now? Could I be putting together that business plan? Could I be working on my side hustle, right? Try to adopt that mindfulness and shift your actions so they align with your goals. If the guys in CWOC can let me know how much I have, I don't mind if you chime in real quick. I probably got about 5 or 10 minutes left, maybe less. Line with your goals, massive action, big think, consciousness about what you're doing. If folks are employed and they want to make the jump to entrepreneurship, start a little side hustle, something that you're passionate about. But remember, it just can't stop with something you're passionate about, because oftentimes people are passionate about some random widget or making doilies or whatever, and there's just not a marketplace there. Ideally, your passion you can make big money off of. But if not, sometimes you got to do something maybe you're not super passionate about in order to live a life of passion, if that makes sense, right? So anybody can start a little side hustle on the side. And it's just a little thing you do on the weekends. Sometimes you got a 10X, right? Whoever said that? A lot of people complain about the 40-hour work week. I'm like, 40 hours? I can't get shit done in 40 hours, right? If you got the 9 to 5, sometimes you got to wake up a little early and get started on the side hustle. You get off at 5, I know you're tired. Take a little jog, get a little boost, and work on the side hustle after work, right? And then slowly but surely you grow the hustle till you can maybe step down on the mainstream job, the full-time job, and do the side hustle full-time. And it's through that entrepreneurship, it gives you the freedom to reach heights where there's no cap, where there's no ceiling on your salary. Again, all you got to do, just think about, how can I provide value to other human beings? How can I help them to solve their problems? The bigger the problem, the more value, the more money in turn that could flow into you. So how can I solve those problems? Think about this side hustle. And again, I know there's a lot of folks, even some of the speakers that will grace this stage, there's a lot of folks in the community that object to money. But I just want to reiterate, like, money is a mechanism for the transference of energy and value. It doesn't have to be an ugly thing. It doesn't have to be more than that. Yes, the Federal Reserve leverages the Federal Reserve notes in order to finance foreign wars of aggression. But hey, guess what? We have this alternative decentralized system that ain't about that. And so if you object to that morally, then just step into the crypto space and you can reject that altogether, right? But it doesn't have to be this nasty thing. And if you think it's a nasty thing, it's the root of all evil, and you have yucky feelings about it, and you have envy or resentment to people that speak positively about money or that drive nice cars or whatever, then you're going to further expel and dispel the money, right? And if you are a passionate person and an activist, having money enables you to help people. It enables you to help people more and more, right? Helping nonprofits, helping charities, or helping someone directly when they're struggling, toss them a little bit, the extra $100 to make rent really goes a long way. And it's true. Money doesn't bring you happiness. Poverty doesn't either. It sure as heck doesn't bring happiness, right? But what I like to say is that while money doesn't bring happiness, it makes it a little bit easier to pursue happiness and to pursue your goals and your dreams. And the world that we're facing with this technocracy and the Great Reset and the pressure, social pressure, coercion, trying to force people to do things they don't want to do, like a COVID vaccine or an immunity passport. When you are in control of your financial destiny, when you have the freedom to live your life, to earn an income on your terms, it makes it much easier to navigate around that. So I just want to drive it home and encourage folks to develop that consciousness and that mindfulness of how you talk to yourself about money, how you talk to others about money. Lean into that abundance mindset. Whenever you hand the money over and you're, just flip the script. I'm so glad I get to carry this forward. I worked hard for this money. People worked hard for it. They gave it to me. I'm going to give it to you because I see you working hard and adding value to the world. Flip that script to one of abundance in every issue, every instance. I know when I'm doing my Kratom business, I'm like, it's time to reorder. And I'm like, oh, a $2,500 order, my wholesale products, that's a lot, right? And the times when I would go, oh, that's a little bit too much, I'll just make a smaller order. Then I find myself out of the product, having to work double time. If Echo's in the room, she works with me. She does the shipping and packaging. We got to call that client and let them know that we don't have it in stock. It's coming. So now whenever I start, I'm like, maybe I'll add some more. Let's throw another 20 kilos on the Kratom order. right? So develop that consciousness, align with your purpose, align with your why. What sets your heart on fire? Why do you do the things that you do? What gets you up in the morning feeling good about life? And use that to fuel your fire. Use that to pull you towards your desirable life. Don't be pushed away from negative outcome, because that which you focus on, right, where attention goes, energy flows. So let it pull you towards a beautiful life. And then when you set goals, let's think big, guys. We have a lot of potential to do a lot of beautiful things and to create a lot of beautiful entities and organizations and businesses and the Freedom Cell Network and eco villages. Think big. I'm already thinking about the Confederation of Intentional Communities that we're building right now. And we got 10 acres. That's going to be one of them. Our good friend Bill, who I don't think he's in the audience, he was here yesterday, he's getting some land. There's other people getting land. Let's all link them up. Let's create our own Hanseatic League like they had around the Mediterranean Sea. Think big with your goals. It'll help you to get more excited and fuel your fire. And at the end of the day, if you 10x and you come up short, you're still in a good spot. You're still better than where you were before. And take that massive action. It does take work. It does take hard work. That's the big differentiator, is the hard work. People have ideas for days. People have struggles. People grow up in poverty, right? But with the right mindset, with the right strategy, and with enough massive action, there is no reason why any of us cannot achieve a life of our dreams. And I'll end it with that. Thank you. Woo, woo. You guys down there in Mexico, Mexico. I think you're muted. Uh-oh,
One more time for John.
There it is. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, thank you, brother, for sharing and for filling that gap. I know you had to go on a little early, but we appreciate you sharing your insight with everybody. We're going to go to a quick sponsor thank one of our sponsors, and then we'll be back in just a moment with Brandon Smith. And I'm also going to mention some of the workshops. We'll be right back.
We want to take a moment to thank our sponsors who helped make this event possible. Bitcoin.com, your one-stop shop for all things crypto. Whether you want to get your first wallet, buy or sell the hottest altcoins, or stay up to date on breaking crypto news, Bitcoin.com has you covered.
Right. Thanks again to Bitcoin.com, to Health Souls Enterprise, Souls Enterprise, Health Via Foods, and all the other people who've been helping out to make this happen. As you guys know, this isn't a free event. It takes time, money, energy. A lot of us arguing with each other and trying to remember why we're doing this and not kill each other in the process. It's always a fun process, but we're thankful to do it. And as I said yesterday, this is not going to be the last Greater Reset. There definitely is going to be other events. And as John was just talking about, now we're moving into the phase of trying to build intentional communities. John's working on that in Texas. I'm working with a group of people to do it out here in Mexico. And I know many of you are also interested in that. And I want to say to our in-person audience, we'll be announcing the details in the next day or so, but we are planning an intentional community dinner gathering. So those of you who are interested in that conversation, we can all get together and make the most of us gathering here. And I just want to say, those of you who are watching at home, we want to invite you to come to Mexico or Texas next time, because there's a lot of people. We'll show the audience later. There's people sitting around here without masks, gathering, sitting closely together, gathering up together, sharing. Yeah, make some noise for hugging and being near other humans. The most rebellious thing you can do in 2021 is hug another person without a mask, right? Imagine that. But we are really thankful to everybody who's here. And we're going to show on screen now, we have some workshops taking place this Saturday. So this is both for people in person and if you are at home. So we are offering these workshops this Saturday, same time, 12 to 5 p.m., generally the same time. And for those of you in person, it will be in this venue. This is going to be 5 hours of more content, and it is additional cost of $100. You can book through the website or pay in person. And I'll just read a couple of the speakers we have on here. These are all speakers that are going to be speaking here at the event. So Dale Brown, he is from Detroit Threat Management. He's going to be doing an urban survival training, talking about self-defense, talking about community defense, and de-escalation. He offers an alternative to the police that you're going to hear more about on Friday. We also have our own Ramiro Romani is going to be offering a workshop. I think Ramiro's up. Yep. How to be a power user. Ramiro is going to go through how to use technology in a way that actually protects you and keeps you safe. So he'll be covering that in depth right here. And one that I'm really excited about, Lainey Liberty, right over here. She's going to be speaking on Friday as well. Her and her son Miro are going to be speaking on Friday. Saturday, there's going to be a workshop she's giving called Shadows. That it's going to be interactive, participatory, working through some of the emotional trauma. I'm excited about that one as well. And then finally, John will be going even deeper in the conversation he just gave, manifestation through mindset and massive action. So that is a separate thing. If anybody's interested, you can find it on the website. We just added it in the navigation. You can pay card, crypto, whatever, pay in person for those who are interested in that. And do we have our next speaker up, Ramiro? Is he ready to go? We don't? Okay. Well, let's go to a quick commercial break real quick then. I don't like calling it a commercial. A quick, awesome video made by really cool volunteers break. You choose, Ramiro.
You're seeing this message right now through the beauty of the internet. This is a place where you can say what you think, express how you feel, and manifest the ideas that you have. But this freedom is under attack. Censorship, mass surveillance, and abusive software services attempt to track and trace everything you do. If you want to protect yourself and you're ready to take your digital life back into your own hands, then join us at Above Agency. We're a team of engineers, privacy researchers, designers, and marketers who help educate people on privacy and technology. We also offer both the product and the service, the Above Office. This office allows you to work completely privately. We support you in running free and open source software on your own servers. You have all the capabilities you need and more. Run your own email, collaborative document editors, calendars and appointments, video conferencing, encrypted messaging, and more. Your servers run on a reliable infrastructure, and we administer your server professionally with daily backups. Most of all, we respect your data. We do not share, sell, or transfer logs or data of the server of any kind. Please visit our website at above-agency.com and sign up for the newsletter. Email services@aboveagency.com to learn more about what we can do to help your digital identity. Above Agency, a digital agency for real-world empowerment.
Did you guys enjoy that video? Even if you didn't like the company, isn't that a cool video? The video is well made, right? Those have all been made in the last 2 days, 2 or 3 days. So shout out to the team. And I do want to say that what Ramiro does with Above Agency, I definitely think many of you out here can benefit, whether you're an activist, you're a business person, what have you. If you're tired of using Google Docs, you're tired of using Gmail, you're tired of using Zoom, then I encourage you to check out what Ramiro is doing with Above Agency. Now, as we wait for Brandon Smith, who's our next speaker, he writes at a website called altmarket.com. He's somebody that I've first discovered probably 10 years ago, and I'm really excited to share more about him. But before we do that, I don't know if you're all aware, but we are going to have a documentary premiere today. Anybody heard about the Pyramid of Power documentary I've been working on? I appreciate that. So let me tell you a little background before we wait for Brandon. I actually started working on this documentary 3 years ago. In 2018, I went on a U.S. tour. We did 52 cities where myself and Miriam, every city we visited, we were hosting meditations. We were doing community garden cleanups. We were doing homeless volunteer work. And I was giving a 2-hour presentation that I called the Pyramid of Power that went really deep into the people and the individuals and institutions that are behind this great reset, right? The people behind this global conspiracy, if you will. And it's evolved now into a 16-part documentary series, and we are releasing them in seasons. So all this month of May, we've been releasing a new episode every Friday. And today, you guys are going to be the first ones anywhere to see the entire 4 episodes as one single film. So after Brandon talks, I'll be giving a talk, and then we're going to play the film, and that'll be the last part of today. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. And I really hope that it'll be informative to you guys. One other thing I'll say on it is I made this in a way that is meant to be, it's not really for all of you guys. It might be informative to some of you, but it's for your friends and family who think you're crazy. There is no speculation. There is no conjecture. There's no creepy Alex Jones fear-mongering in there. There's a transcript. Everything I say is sourced, documented, and it's all facts. And the facts alone are scary enough. That's the reality that we live in. You don't have to go off into the deep end to show people how really crazy the world is. And I made it where each episode is about 20 to 25 minutes long to make it for the bingeable Netflix generation. So your friends get sucked in, maybe they'll watch through the whole thing. In the first 4 episodes, the first one is the education system, then the establishment media, then big tech, and in the final episode that you guys will see, be the first ones to see today, is the Hollywood military intelligence complex. So you're going to learn a lot about how these things really work. Yeah, and I'm excited to share that with you guys. That's at the pyramidofpower.net. We got Brandon? Good. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do it. We're going to bring on Brandon Smith of altmarket.com, and hope you guys enjoy this. Thank you for being here.
Hi, I'm Brandon Smith. For those of you that don't know who I am, I started a website called neithercorp.us back in 2006. I've been writing for the Liberty Movement ever since. Just in the past 10 years, I've been writing for a website called Altmarket. Right now, it's altmarket.us. There's been different iterations. Right now, we're altmarket.us. I would like to thank, actually, Derek for inviting me here. I think we met back in 2012, I'm pretty sure, at a Ron Paul, I think it was Paul Fest in Tampa. And he's been sticking with it ever since. I've seen a lot of people come and go in the Liberty Movement. But he's been sticking with it, so you gotta give props to people like that. So I think initially what I want to talk about, there's something we need to cover right off the bat. We can't really talk about economic independence, economic security, without touching on the issue of the COVID lockdowns and specifically the vaccine passports. These mandates are being instituted in multiple states across the U.S., specifically the vaccine passports. And I think that the vaccine passports are the key to the reset, to the globalist reset, to economic totalitarianism, because they allow the government to micromanage who can participate in the normal economy and normal trade. It allows them to say who can stay employed and what businesses can stay open. A lot of people think that this is not going to happen, that, we've seen state governments like Illinois claim that they will not institute vaccine passports. However, at the same time, they're saying that they're looking at them intently. And just recently, I believe in the past couple of days, Oregon has passed a law requiring businesses in the state to demand to see proof of vaccination if you are to enter a business for shopping. And I believe that also it carries over to employees. So you're not necessarily, if you're not vaccinated, that doesn't mean that you can't shop at the store yet. What it means is they're checking for a vaccine passport. If you don't have one, they make you wear a mask, right? So this is the first step into a near future medical tyranny that would determine who gets to engage in the normal economy. And if you don't follow the mandates, they can remove you very easily from the normal economy. And that would lead to, I think, mass poverty, mass starvation. Ostensibly, the goal here is to terrify people into conforming to the vaccine passports. And I'm not going to get into the vaccines themselves and their efficacy and what they really are. That's a discussion for another time. But specifically the vaccine passports, this is the key step to the globalist reset, and it has to be stopped. It has to be countered. And the best way to counter the vaccine passports is to build, number one, an alternative economic system. Number two, approach your state lawmakers, legislators, governor, and see if you can put pressure on them to pass certain laws that will protect the public from these mandates. Well, one thing that is interesting is if you look at red states, you know, predominantly conservative states like the state I'm in, Montana, versus a state like Oregon, you can see a massive divergence in terms of attitude towards freedom. And in Montana, we've had actually, I would say the complete opposite trend as far as the mandates and how people are approaching them, how the government, the local government, is treating the public. So I want to start with the actions at the state level first, and then work my way down to the local level. Because if you can get your state to support freedom-minded legislation, that's an excellent first barrier, first layer, a way to stop these mandates from affecting your lives and taking control of your lives. So one issue that has come up, and I'm really happy that it's come up in terms of Montana, is a focus on blocking the vaccine passports, blocking a lot of the mandates at the state level. Some good news in Montana: the state did have what we would call a red sweep during the election. So under the original Governor Bullock, mandates were being aggressively pursued. We did have people running businesses who were in defiance of the mandates, who were threatened multiple times by health department officials. Luckily, after the election, the legislature is gone full bore libertarian / conservative, and there's been a lot of positive events since then. We had 5 businesses specifically in Flathead County counter local health departments in the courts, and the health departments were trying to force businesses to require that customers wear masks. They countered that in court. The court sided with the 5 businesses, and that set a precedent for the state of Montana. So now businesses are free to decide whether they want to ask people to wear masks, or they basically, in Montana, everyone is left to their own devices, their own decisions. So if you feel that you're susceptible to COVID, then you're welcome to wear a mask. If you feel like it's not a threat to you, you don't wear a mask. And in my county, we've been open for months and months now. I think 3 months in, initially we pretty much gave up on the lockdowns and the mandates. And in my county, we've had 17 deaths total for over a year attributed to COVID. So, staying open did not increase the death rate. It did not create a threat to the vast majority of people. I think other red states like Texas have proven this to be true. The vast majority of people in Montana are not vaccinated. The death rate has been falling. The infection rate has plunged. So, I think this is living proof that COVID was not a threat to the majority of people. So why should we go along with any of these other mandates, especially the vaccine passports? Montana, the legislature in Montana also passed a law banning employers from requiring that their employees get vaccinated in order to keep their jobs. They passed a law which prevents any establishment, including schools, colleges, and medical facilities, from demanding proof of vaccination before offering services. Basically, vaccine passports will not be allowed in Montana. A law has also been passed which protects businesses from lawsuits related to COVID. So if a business does not enforce certain mandates and someone walks in and then later they get COVID and they can, if they try to claim that they got it in your business because you weren't enforcing mandates, they can't sue you for that. First of all, there's no way to prove it, but under the law now, businesses are protected, which is a big deal. There's also been executive orders by the governor of Montana, which stop city governments from enforcing mandates while the state government has lifted them. So this has been a major problem, especially, in terms of the lockdowns and the reset agenda, is that what the establishment is doing is they're enforcing COVID mandates at the local level instead of going through the federal level. I think eventually what will happen, as you see more and more communities, counties, and states countering these mandates, that they will try to enforce this stuff at the federal level. But for now, what they're doing is using local municipalities, local laws, and state laws to push forward this agenda. So that's why you're seeing this massive divergence in terms of freedom for, what we would call blue states versus red states. So the bad news is, as we see multiple states block these mandates and protect the rights of citizens, there is a very good chance that the federal government will try to step in, especially under Biden, and punish these states for non-compliance. And the easiest way for the federal government to punish states would be to rescind federal funds, basically cut off federal funding for all kinds of programs. This could be anything from pension funds to EBT. In my state in particular, there are a lot of older people. So there's a lot of people dependent on certain federal programs, disability programs and EBT programs. And this could be quite disastrous if people in your community are widely reliant on federal funds and the feds decide to shut off money to your community. It could be a disaster. What I worry about is that free states, I guess I'll call them free states, that get this pressure, get these threats, will fold and back off of their initial protections for the public. So it's not enough to rely on the state government and the legislature to protect you from the reset agenda. It's a good thing to have it, and I think that it's an important thing for you to put pressure on your state lawmakers to protect your rights. And if they do that, it's great. But even if they do it, don't rely on it. Don't count on that, because there is a chance that they will fold if the federal government threatens to take away money, especially now with the lockdowns have created such an imbalance in the economy, and the stimulus measures are now creating what looks like an inflationary problem, which is something that a lot of us in alternative economics have been warning about for many years. This is a big danger, because removing federal funds sort of removes that extra safety net. And I think a lot of state politicians might be terrified of what would happen if they took that safety net, or if they allowed that safety net to be taken away for their citizens. So if your state cannot protect you, you need a plan B and a plan C. You need to protect yourself at the local level. And that starts, I think, with number one. I'll give you an example of a project that I'm working on right now. In my local area, I have been approaching local businesses and sort of talking with the owners about non-compliance as far as the mandates go, and possibly even putting a sign in your window letting people know, hey, if the mandates come back in Montana, we're not going to go along with it. There will be no vaccine. We won't accept vaccine passports. We won't look for them. We're not going to shut down. We're not going to go along with the lockdowns, and the masks are going to be your choice as a customer. So if you can get local businesses, because local businesses are a huge part of the social tone in your community. A lot of times, whatever the businesses do, especially small businesses, whatever the small businesses do, the community tends to go along with it. So we're not going to ever get companies like Walmart or Costco or Home Depot. They're never going to submit to public pressure. At least I seriously doubt they would. If the federal government demands vaccine passports, those corporations will go along with it. In fact, the corporations are kind of the biggest source of the COVID mandates and them being pushed forward. But small businesses, they can counter this very easily, and if they do, they can build a bigger customer base, because a lot of people, they don't want to deal with this stuff at Walmart or Costco. So if you talk to your local businesses, mention that this could drive a lot of customers to them. Customers that would have gone to the big box stores will now be shopping with them, simply because they're allowing their customers to be free. So that's one measure that you can take. As far as things that are under your direct control, full on local, your home and your neighborhood. I recommend that if you haven't already, you need to start looking into becoming a producer. And Americans overall need to start becoming producers again. We've sort of stepped away from that over the past few decades, and I think it's for one thing. I have to I need to clarify. It's not enough to prep. A lot of people are preppers. I'm a prepper. A lot of us in the Liberty movement are preppers, but food storage and all of those things, those are only going to last you so long, and they're not really going to contribute to an alternative economy that much. What you really have to do is start producing your own necessities and your own goods, and be a producer for your community, so that you can set up a barter market system and continue your economic trade that way. If your state government is not going to protect you, local businesses come under the ordinance, these COVID ordinances, and the federal government, then your only alternative, besides submitting to the agenda, your only alternative is to set up a alternative trade system or a barter market system. At the state level, you could have a commodity-backed currency system. Your state could create incentives for local manufacturing. So, for example, they could remove, if the federal government is going to be a threat, at the state level, why not just remove federal taxation for any company that's willing to build manufacturing centers in your state? It'd bring a lot of jobs to the state, make you highly competitive. You wouldn't even need stimulus at that point. Another thing that states can do is they can take back resource management. So what that means is, I'll give you an example. In my state, or in my area of Montana, the EPA and the BLM have basically suffocated all logging in federal and even in state lands. So that doesn't even make sense given the fact that lumber prices have skyrocketed at least 300%, I believe, in the past year. So why are we not logging in a place with massive amounts of trees and all the infrastructure to do the logging? It doesn't make sense. It would help bring down prices to have more logging, and this community would it would create a lot of jobs. It would make a lot of money for people. As it stands now, most of the younger guys out here that used to be loggers now have become wildland firefighters because the forests are not being managed, and now we have massive wildfires every year because of that. And so instead of logging, they're all risking their lives in forest fires. It just doesn't make sense. So at the state level, people can take back resource management, take back control of federal lands, ignore the EPA, the BLM, and as long as there's sound management involved, use those resources to make up to take up the slack where federal funding has been removed. In terms of local, if those things can't happen at the state level, in terms of local, I suggest starting small first. So you got to think about, in terms of circles of production, what are you doing for yourself in your, on your property, basically, or in your neighborhood. In my area, there's a lot of people, including myself. I have chickens, I have sheep, I have a large garden. That's all production. Those are all necessities. You're creating food for yourself, and you're creating the ability to trade with other people. Beyond that, there's resources that you can stock, including machinery and the ability to produce off-grid electricity. I think those things would be the most important. And you really need to pick a product that would be highly needed in a crisis environment, and focus on that and learn how to produce it effectively at home. That would be the first step to getting yourself economically secure. The next step would be to approach your neighbors and family and friends and start a barter market system, something that it would probably start one-on-one at first. So you don't necessarily need a wide open market bazaar in the local park in order to have a barter market. All you need is to be able to connect people together as much as possible so that they can start trading one-on-one in private. Now, eventually, as you do this, I think what will happen is it will grow, especially as the necessity grows. If you have economic crisis, you're going to see people bartering very quickly. It's going to happen fast. So you want to try to put that skeleton in place first, that structure in place, so that people can quickly latch onto it. And as far as getting people involved, there's a lot of people, I think, that even in the movement, who tend to be a little passive, a little apathetic, maybe. I think that a lot of people figure that the crisis is always just, down the road a ways. It's always 2 years away, 5 years away. It's important to, I think, discuss with them the need to prepare beforehand, to get them to trade and to produce before the crisis, really hits its peak. Because after the fact, you're going to see a lot of people scrambling to make ends meet. You're going to see a lot of, I think, distrust, fear. And if you build those relationships now, before the crisis, I think everything will work. If you try to build everything after the fact, it's going to be a lot more shaky. The ground will be shakier as far as the relationships go. So start that now. And one way that you can do that is what I did. I started local meetings. Every couple of weeks, I run a meeting. My group is called the Tobacco Valley Riflemen's Club, and because there's a lot of gun enthusiasts in my area, so that's how I kind of connect and relate to everybody in the area, is through gun information and range time and training and all of that stuff, and use that avenue of those meetings to build out into other things. So for now, a lot of the discussion at these meetings are surround prepping, and they surround gun enthusiasm. But also, I'm slowly getting people talking about the idea of barter networks and alternative currencies and production. And if you can plant those seeds early, even if people aren't necessarily taking it all that seriously, as the situation grows more intense, more unstable, I guarantee those people will come to you later, and they will remember the things you talked about at these meetings, and they will be much more serious as things get worse. So start these meetings in your community. Find a local venue that is supportive, that's on the same page as you. So it could be a restaurant, it could be a church, it could be, I work with a local, it's like a local lodge, a hotel with cabins and things like that. And they have a nice big room that they let me use, and I have the meetings there. Also, keep in mind that these meetings are almost always going to start small. They're going to start very small. You might only have 10, 12 people at these meetings, at least to start. But as you get the word out, put up flyers wherever you're allowed to put up flyers. Go on Facebook if they don't boot you off or censor your notices. Go wherever people in the community are talking. Get the word out, and you'll see these meetings grow as long as you're consistent. If you stick with them, every couple weeks, be consistent. If you stick with them, after maybe 2 or 3 months, you'll have a lot of people. I have 100+ people coming to my meetings now on a regular basis, and that's huge for, I live in a very small community, so that's a huge amount of people. Once you've done that, the most necessary thing as far as fighting back, which is organization, local organization, that will come naturally. But you have to take leadership in this. You have to be the one that makes this happen. You can't wait around for someone else to do it. And I've seen that a lot, actually, in the Liberty Movement. I've seen a lot of people waiting around for someone to take the initiative and lead by example. And like the old saying goes, that maybe the leader that you've been waiting for is you. Maybe it has to be you. And that doesn't mean that we take control of the community. It doesn't mean that we're dictating to people. It just means that we're blazing the trail. We're leading by example. We're showing them how this can be done, how these solutions can be implemented. And it's very important also because in the liberty movement, a lot of times we tend to talk about theory more than application. So you need to talk about tangible goals, tangible things that real people can do in their real lives today, that they can start today and start making these things happen. So, for example, getting people into producing some of their own necessities. That's a very simple thing to talk to people about, and it's something that they can relate to, on a grounded level. I think when you start getting into alternative currencies and other things like that, things can get a little theoretical, and we're in an uncharted territory as far as some of that stuff goes. I don't think that the U.S. has had even a widespread barter system since the Great Depression. So we kind of have to relearn a lot of the stuff that we, our grandparents and great grandparents used to know, just as common knowledge. We're going to have to retread that ground, and some people are going to have to lead the way. People do need leadership at times. They need to see that someone knows what they're doing, that someone has a plan, and especially at the local level. So that starts with that starts with the people watching this stream. It starts with everyone in the liberty movement right now. Your community is where your foothold begins as far as fighting back against the globalist reset. If you have enough communities that become more independent, if you have enough neighborhoods, individuals, neighborhoods, towns, counties becoming more independent, then the threat or the threats that would normally be used to leverage people into submitting to the reset, those threats sort of dissipate and disappear. Now we can talk about what happens after that. How the globalists would respond to that, which would probably be with force. That would be a discussion, I think, that's a whole other presentation. I want to make it clear I'm fully aware that this sort of thing is probably inevitable. But as with the founding fathers, if you're going to fight back against tyranny, you need to be economically independent as much as possible first. That's what they did. They set up alternative economies. They set up alternative production. They didn't just declare independence from the British. They didn't just start a revolution. Their revolutions started in the background for many years economically first. And then, of course, when they became independent economically, the British came for them and they had to fight back. So, definitely understand that that's a real threat, but you can't fight back unless you're economically independent, unless you're producing your own necessities. If you are reliant on the system for your livelihood, then you will not be able to fight back against it when it tries to abuse you. It's very important to understand that. So the last thing I want to bring up, I guess, is the issue of fear. Believe it or not, even in the liberty movement, even in among liberty circles, you're gonna run into a lot of fear. over this situation and what the future holds. And more specifically, you're going to run into a lot of fear in terms of what the consequences will be if we fight back against it. One phrase I hear often is the nail that sticks up will get hammered down. This is the sort of mentality that I think keeps a lot of people from organizing openly, which is really what needs to be done. We need large, widespread organization among communities, and that's not really happening. If people are organizing it at all, it's just very small groups, and that's not going to work. It's not going to build the confidence within the community to fight back. We need widespread organization, and we need the whole country to see that this is happening, that people are getting ready to stand against the reset agenda. You know, people say that the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. I would say that the nail that stays down gets stepped on forever. It doesn't matter what the consequences will be. The consequences are irrelevant. Either we remain free as a society, as Americans, you know, either we remain free or life's not worth really living anymore. Those are the choices. Either you live free and possibly face consequences for being free, or you live as a slave. And the second choice is not a choice. That's not an option in my book. So keep that in mind. Set your fear aside. Don't worry about the consequences, because this is for all the marbles right here. This is it. This is our last chance to stop this agenda in its tracks. So that's all I have to say. Again, I would like to thank Derek for bringing me on for this, and I hope this presentation was informative for you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Great talk. Thank you so much. Thanks for your contribution. Tell us the website again for folks to check out.
The -market.us.
All right. Thank you so much. alt-market.us. All sorts of great info, all in alignment with what you just heard there. Very bold statement. I appreciate boldness. We got to be bold because, you know, the enemies of liberty are certainly bold, and they're advancing the ball down the field at breakneck speed. So we all got to double down our efforts. And sometimes you got to put a little skin in the game. You know, a lot of people are fearful, understandably so. And we ought to have some fear. We wouldn't be human if we weren't afraid. But what it is that we're facing, sometimes you got to take a little bit of risk. And if we take enough risk, perhaps there will be reward on the other side. So thanks for throwing that out there at the end.
Yeah, I think that's really that's where it all starts. That's where freedom starts, is within yourself. If you can let go of that fear and be willing to take risks, then freedom is possible. If you're not willing to take risks, then freedom will not be possible.
Right on. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Brandon. Give him a round of applause, guys. I'm reminded of a great expression that it's better to die on your feet than to live on your knees, right? But hopefully we don't have to die and we can all stand up too. There is strength in numbers in doing that. So I want to just take a sec before we bring on our next presenter to share about an amazing organization, an amazing opportunity. It is a group of like-minded folks that I happen to be a part of. Super honored and privileged to be a part of this group. It's called Autonomy. We're going to be hearing from Richard Grove on Friday. And if you're familiar with Richard Grove's work, it spans very many years, and it's very extensive and deep, and research in the conspiratorial view of history. He had the opportunity to sit down with John Taylor Gatto and document a lot of his work in education and the true roots of education. And on top of all the activism and helping to wake people up and educate people, one thing that he does that really sets him apart in my eyes is he helps people to achieve their excellence. A lot of the themes that I touched on during my talk are very prevalent in this autonomy course, right? So this gentleman, Richard, along with his team, have put together a 13-week course that you can embark on. Myself, I'm currently doing it along with Ramiro. And this course, they like every Friday, they literally are doing, I did 7 hours. Richard does that, it seems like every single Friday. He does a 7-hour session, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes he goes in the middle of the night. Then they have a Q&A on Sunday. And it's all about these building blocks. Each week builds on another one. And what they start off at the beginning is unschooling, which is usually something we think about for children. Unschooling is like child-led learning, where there's no curriculum. You just help empower the child to follow their dreams, and you learn along the way through life learning, right? Well, he does that for adults because a lot of times we need to unschool and deprogram. So it starts off with that foundation, and then it gets into sales and marketing. And so if you are someone that wants to get started in business or entrepreneurship, if you're someone that wants to more effectively achieve your goals, if you're someone that wants to take that leap from employment to running your own business, it's a great resource. Not only is it Richard communicating and teaching, but there's a whole community of students. I've gotten immense value from just being a part of this group. They also have this awesome marketing firm called Autonomy Unlimited, and some of their volunteers and some of their team have helped with a lot of the back end stuff that folks aren't really seeing, but helping to make this a smooth production, taking a lot of the work and stress off of our shoulders, me, Derek, and Ramiro. They're doing it on the back end. So folks can learn more about that at getautonomy.info, getautonomy.info. Again, I'm participating in the course myself. I have gained immense value from it, and I highly recommend it if you're someone that wants to take your life to another level. They're one of the sponsors of this event. All right, so our next speaker, is he gonna, are you guys doing okay down there? You wanna, let me see, Ziwatanejo. They may be having some issues there. But our next speaker is someone that we all know and love dearly. I like to call him at DBrosLiveFree because that's his Twitter handle. I used to tease him and always just introduce him. At DBrosLiveFree, come on down. Uh-oh. All right. They may be having some tech issues, so I am going to stall. Maybe we're having some tech issues. Let me grab my phone.
We're ready.
Oh, they're ready. Okay, they're ready. All right. That was loud. If we can bring the house down. All right, let me introduce the next speaker. None other than Derek Broze, an amazing activist, an amazing human being, one of the hardest working people that I know. And he chose, we all get to choose what day, what topic we want to speak on. And both myself and Derek chose to speak on this day. And Derek's going to talk about the interconnectivity and the crossroads of spirituality and economics. And I think we're all in for a great treat. So without further ado, let's turn it on over to at DBrosLiveFree on Twitter.
Whoa. Thank you, guys. Thank you all for being here. Before I do begin, I just want to I'm going to use my time to throw out a little housekeeping. Everybody who's here in ZIWA this afternoon, after the premiere of the Pyramid of Power, anybody who's interested, we're going to hit the streets of ZIWA. We got thousands of COVID truth flyers, and anybody who wants to come out here and do a little local activism, I would love to, hit the streets with you. We have these flyers specifically, let me see if I can show them, are about masks on kids. So when you see kids wearing masks, this flyer has info about why that's completely useless and it's not going to affect the kids and they don't need to do it. And that actually has a QR code that links to my website. This is in Spanish as well. And it links to all the information. So we have thousands of these. If you want to join us to hit the streets. All right, let's do it. So I was trying to think of what I can talk about that's different than something I've said before. And at the same time, hammer in the same points. It's good to revisit ideas when you know they're worthy. And I started thinking about today's about counter economics, right? And Brandon was giving some ideas. John's talking about kind of manifesting what you want and entrepreneurship. And Wisate earlier was talking about Hanami and his ideas on how to redesign the economic system. What I want to talk about, what I've been noticing is I see this interrelation between spiritual exchange and economic exchange, right? So let's define those terms first. When I think about economics, outside of books and things that make you fall asleep because it's really boring or it just doesn't appeal to most people, economics, as important as it is, I'm specifically thinking about how every single action you take is actually an economic action of one kind or another. So just as an example, right now you are choosing to be here right now and take in this information and sit with each other and learn with each other, as opposed to going somewhere else, going to work to make money, for example, or just anything, whatever it might be. The point is that every decision you make is going to affect the things that come into your life, the relationships you build, all this sort of information. So even when money is not exchanged at all, it doesn't always mean that money has to be exchanged for something to be economic. It's all economic decisions. The choices you make, where you live, the people you hang out with, those are economic choices, right? And I also notice that in spiritual conscious communities, sometimes there is an aversion, I think, to money, or to feel like, oh, we can't be happy about making money and supporting ourselves doing the things we love. It's kind of like we have to talk about it like, oh, I don't really want money. But I noticed that it's this idea that it's an exchange, right? That money is, at the end of it, it's a piece of paper that I'm handing to somebody saying, you did something for me that we agreed to, and here's a piece of paper that represents that. And other people have agreed that they'll take that piece of paper so you can buy clothes. That's basically what it comes down to. But at the end of the day, it is an energy exchange, right? So when you think about that in terms of exchanging money, barter, just physically trading labor, one thing for the other, all of those are energetic exchanges as much as they are economic exchanges. Does that make sense to everybody? So when I think about that, we're going to mainly focus on the spiritual side today, and how spirituality, I think, and what does that really even mean, connects to this idea of the counter economy. Before I can get to that point, though, I want to talk about the actual economic side of things. And I want to define, as I mentioned earlier, the term the counter economy. So this man named Samuel Edward Konkin III, he was an activist in the 60s, 70s, 80s, up until the time of his death in 2004. But in the mid-60s, when you had the Black Power movements and the women's rights movement and the Red Power movements and the hippies and the anti-war movements, there was also the beginning of what is pretty much the modern libertarian, American libertarian movement. And Konkin was a student at that time, and he was very active in these circles. And he was seeing that politics weren't, like, even back then, 50, 60 years ago, people like us, many of us here, we're already realizing politics isn't going to save us. That's just, to me, it's just a wasted of energy and game. And it's also a system that doesn't give you a choice, because one way or the other, you're born into that system, and they say, well, whether you voted for this person or not, they get to make decisions about your life. And I don't know, it just doesn't seem right to me. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. So when we have systems like that, which are imposed upon us, Konkin saw that you really have no choices, and he didn't think that politics could really achieve a state of a free humanity. And in his words, he called this future destination that we might get to the agora. And that word comes from the Greek word for marketplace. That's what it means, is the marketplace. So he saw it as this marketplace of ideas where we could exchange goods, we could exchange ideas, community, and essentially it's just this space that we, like we're creating here. I like to call these kinds of things temporary autonomous agoras, because we just pop up, we're here for a few days, we're exchanging goods, ideas, community, and then we're gone. Some of them are more permanent, some of them are temporary. So he didn't see politics as the answer. And he also didn't think that storming the Capitol was going to fix anything. He wasn't for insurrection or political violence, not only because he thought that to impose violence on other people is immoral, unethical, impractical, much like myself as an anarchist do believe that using force, coercion, violence on another person is immoral, unethical, whether it's illegal or not. And even if you're not physically doing that force, but maybe you're voting for a government to do that force, that doesn't make it right either. So he recognized that, and he thought, well, even if I'm trying to fight for other people's freedom and liberty, I can't impose it on them. I can't force people to be free. You can't force somebody to wake up. You can't force somebody to care about themselves. Instead, you can share information, you can educate them. And so with that in mind, he didn't think the idea of an imposed insurrection, let's just overthrow the current leaders and then we'll put our system in place, right? Because we'll be the good guys, we promise this time. No, he didn't see any of those solutions as viable. So he didn't believe in violence, and he didn't believe in voting. And so most people would say, well, then you're out of choices, right? The only other thing left to do is just be apathetic and stay home and complain on Facebook. Konkin envisioned a third way, what he called counter-economics. And counter-economics was his strategy for how to get to that agora, that free place where we can exchange ideas, goods, values, and build community on these principles. And counter-economics describes the counter-economy, or sometimes known as the informal economy. It's also been called System D. If you start looking up this research, it's actually, there's a lot of information out there. The counter economy, as Konkin described it, was the economy that exists outside of the state's hands. And that state could be the United States government, it could be the Mexican government, it could be the Dutch government, just generally. A state, a government, they tax their people, they impose those taxes at birth, as I said earlier, you don't have a choice. Those things are all just sort of, what's the joke? Like, two things are consistent, death and taxes, right? It's like born into the culture. Just accept it. You don't get away from it. It's always there. That's what they want you to believe, that there's no way outside of that system. But Konkin was offering a way outside. And he said, look at this. Look at parts of the world, including Mexico. Parts of the world outside of the so-called first world, they exist in the counter economy, in the informal economy. You see it all around Mexico. You see people who start up restaurants or businesses or sell food on the side of the road or wash windows or do whatever. These are entrepreneurs, like the young boy we had here, just coming here to hustle his product. These are entrepreneurs. The government would say, well, you owe us taxes on those goods. You can't just sell things without permission. What do you think? You're free? You can't just, you have to pay taxes on this. You got to file paperwork. You got to get licenses, permission slips. That's what it comes down to. And Konkin, so that's what Konkin would call the white market, the mainstream economy. That is the taxed, documented. If you got a check, there's a, the FIC insurance and the Social Security coming out, all that. There's a record of what you're doing. That's the white market, the mainstream economy. The counter economy then is the black and the gray markets. And Konkin believed in the non-aggression principle. And again, the idea that we are all free, powerful, beautiful people who own ourselves and are capable of making our own decisions. It is wrong, immoral, unethical for me to force my will on you. He believed in that. So when he's talking about black and gray market, he wasn't describing anything violent or, like murder. People hear black market, they think like mobsters and crazy things like that. He actually had a word for that. Violent and illegal activity, he called the red market. But activity that is technically illegal, or the government would prefer you get a permit for that or a license, that would be considered the black and the gray market. And he said, look, there's huge strength in here. If you look outside of America, you look into the so-called third world, you see that most of the people live outside of the informal economy. They live in the informal economy and the counter economy. And there's some great examples of this you can find in the late Soviet Union, because the more corrupt and authoritarian the government gets, the larger the black market gets, because even the people who are on the payroll, they're going to the black market to make sure they get extra food for their family, right? And even today in China, in one of the most oppressive places in the world, or let's say North Korea, people still funnel in USBs of information, through the black market. They still bring in like different goods. No matter what the states do, they cannot stop free people from interacting. And I think that is going to be our saving grace, is that no matter what they've done through history, the counter economy thrives. And you know what another example of the counter economy is, to bring it maybe a little more relevant? A counter economy exchange would be you meeting somebody and them saying, hey, I have a negative PCR test, so you can fly home from Mexico and you don't have to stick that thing up your nose. And you say, hey, I have a few bucks, and you make an exchange, and there's no need for any third party, government, corporation, or anybody else outside of that to have anything to do with that. That's the counter economy right there. That's agorism in action. And that's one of the reasons I spent so much time writing about it in my books about agorism and kind of putting my ideas on it, is because more and more I see that the things that Konkin was writing about, they're happening. Like right now, we are in the early stages of the things he predicted, where these pockets of free economies would start to pop up, and that the more aggressive the government gets, the more people are going to want to exit. And we're just starting to see that mass exodus. And we don't have all the answers yet, but we're building it. I mean, that's the crazy thing, is we get to be the ones to build it. I mean, I find that to be empowering. Like, I think we are probably alive in the most historic time ever. Maybe everybody feels like that, but I feel like it's definitely a powerful time that we're dealing with some unprecedented things, and we get to decide the direction it goes. Does that not fill you with empowerment, as much as dread and anxiety and, oh my God, what are we going to do? But it's in our hands. Take a moment to recognize that, guys. We have the power to influence the direction of the world. This is what this event is about, the Greater Reset, that we get to create that. And I invite you to learn more about the counter economy and what that means. Like I said, the talk's not focused on that, but I want you to understand what counter economics is about. That's the idea, is that you find ways to avoid permits and avoid taxes when possible, and do as much of your exchanges in, say, precious metals or barter networks or crypto, non-trackable, Monero and others, crypto, And things like that, or just like I said, trading value directly. Hey, I'll give you this and you can do this for me in exchange. There's no reason to have a record of that. There's no reason any government has a say over that. And if you have a way to avoid paying taxes, please stop paying taxes now so they can stop funding wars around the world. A lot of these crazy pictures online of people being blown up and churches being bombed and stuff, those are US bombs made by US taxpayers. You're being extorted. I'm not blaming you, but any opportunity you have to get out of that system, be proud of it. That's what Conklin was trying to do, is build a conscious movement of people who recognize that there is strength outside of their systems. Instead of aspiring to be inside their systems and, oh, look at my license, look at my diploma, now I'm accepted, now I'm one of them, now I can live this life that they have put before us. Recognize that we have an opportunity to create something completely new and completely different. We get to decide the path that lays before us and where it goes. So agorism is alternative currencies. It's alternative food production. You know, that's counter economics. That's that whole area, right? And that's the physical realm of it. And that is absolutely important. Please, like, I have my books online for free. If you want to learn more about it, you can download them at theconsciousresistance.com. Visit there, check out the books, learn more about these ideas, and see how they can apply to your life. It's going to be different in every area, in every community, every individual. So that's our exchange in the physical realm. What about our exchange in the spiritual realm, in the, let's say, the world beyond the five senses, ethereal, whatever words we want to use? The world beyond the five senses is a good way to say it. The world beyond the physical. Because I don't know how all you guys feel, but I've had a lot of interesting experiences over the last 36 years that have shown me that there's something going on beyond my understanding. Can't quite claim to know what it is. I call it Creator. I give thanks for every moment I have, every breath, for each one of you. Not claiming to understand it, but I know it and I trust it and I feel it. And I do know that there is an exchange that happens. Like right now, I can see your beautiful eyes and faces looking at me. You're giving me your energy, your attention, and I appreciate that. And I'm trying to make the most use of your time and share something that's valuable. We are having an exchange right now. There's a connection going on right now, right? And everybody at home who's listening. So the exchanges we make in the counter economy aren't only physical goods being traded, but it's our relationships. It's the way we communicate with each other. It's the way that we empower or we hold each other back, right? Anybody familiar with the book, The Four Agreements, or The Fifth Agreement as well? Yeah, beautiful books, right? And one of the wonderful pieces of information there is just the simple reminder that our words are like magic. They can be black magic, they can be poison, they can harm, they can break somebody down, they can tear people down, they can really maybe make them, you know, not like themselves. Or they can uplift, they can empower, they can help somebody recognize that they have what they need within themselves to achieve their goals. That's important to remember when we're having these energetic exchanges, because we're humans, and part of this human experience is some other thing in there that I don't claim to understand, but we like to call it ego. And every now and then it wants to tell you that you need to be right, you need to be in charge here, you need to make sure you're heard, and why aren't they listening to me, and all the different emotions that are important to acknowledge and important to be aware of that we each have. There's all these things going on. There's this there's a physical realm and how we interact with people face to face, and there's also the way we're feeling inside, and there's that emotional sort of spiritual connection. And within all that, there's also this concept, this psychological concept that I write about in my book, The Holistic Self-Assessment. So I'll tell you about that. When I went to prison in 2005, I was 20 years old. I was addicted to crystal meth, and I got locked up. And I come from a family of drug addicts and alcoholics, and visited my father in prison my whole early life. And it was just, oh, well, here I am, doing that whole thing. I went down that road for a good while, and I ended up doing 18 months behind bars in Texas state institutions between 2005 and 2008. Then I got out, and I had this renewed kind of love for life that I forgot that I like to learn. I like to read. I felt like for the first time in my life, I might be able to say, I love myself. Holy crap, that was hard. And it was this journey, though, getting there. And this journey is what I did while I was locked up in prison. And I started asking myself, how the hell did I get here? How did I get in this situation where I'm like making the same mistakes as this dude that I've been so angry at all my life? How could I get here? And I went through the trauma and started meditating, did a lot of different processes. And I think that that's what I call the holistic self-assessment, whatever you want to call it, that internal check-in, shadow work, there's different names for it, is so important. It is so important. Because I will say I met so many beautiful people while I was locked up in prison, intelligent, bright people who should be out here doing good things for people instead of being locked in cages. And some of them, they figured it out before I did. They never went back. They got their shit together. They figured out what it was they were dealing with. Because even though I don't support the prison system, the fact of the matter is most people who are feeling good inside don't shove drugs up their nose and in their mouths all day long, unless, if you're happy, you don't really feel the need to do that. You also don't go out and break in people's houses and do different things, sometimes poverty, but generally you're not doing these things if you're already a happy person, right? So there is trauma there, but the institution isn't equipped to help people. But I took it upon myself to help myself. But I saw other people who are still cycling out of those systems right now. Some of the people I met in there are dead because they didn't figure out whatever they were dealing with, including my father, who died from a drug overdose 3 years ago, this summer. And I realized that I need to get through that healing. I needed to have that healing, right? In order for me to exist in this world, in order to begin this journey that I am on now, 15 years after getting out of prison, 12 years, I had to go through that stuff in order to learn all my darkness and to see my darkness. And I'm not going to, bullshit you that like when I got out of prison, everything was just like, it was just perfect all the time after that. There's been a lot more lessons since then, but it's been such a beautiful journey. And it started with that. It started with this really ugly experience of going to prison, feeling completely alone, completely powerless, and then deciding that I had to do everything I could to make sure that I figured out why I was there. And it was this process of taking myself through that. And part of that, I'll just give you a couple examples of it. Part of it, what became what I call the holistic self-assessment, was first understanding, who am I? Real simple, but really big question, right? I mean, there's a million ways you can go about describing that, right? Can I hear from the audience a couple of examples, just and as simple as possible, maybe one word. I know that's really difficult, but who are you? Energy, consciousness. Hey, you guys are giving better answers than I did. Okay, so because sometimes maybe we have an enlightened crowd, I think we do have here, but some folks, when you ask that question, right, they're like, oh, I'm a teacher, right? Like, no, that's your profession, but who are you? It's like, well, they say their name or something. It's difficult to really start getting that. Like, what is the root of you? Not the clothes you're wearing, not the faces you're putting out in front of there, not your social media, not your job title or any of that stuff, but who are you? Just as a human, naked human being, free, sitting there, existing. Getting to the root of that takes some time. And I think it's an ongoing question, right? We're evolving. Hopefully we always evolve. We continue to grow. We never stay static. I'm not interested in becoming a static human being. I want to keep learning. And as I was answering that question, who am I? How did I get here? Then from there, I go into what are the principles that guide you, right? You get to learn a little bit about who you are. You get some self-identity. Then in order to move about in the world appropriately, you need to know what your principles are, because principles are like your kind of North Star. It's something that you refer back to. So as I mentioned earlier, ideas like self-ownership and the non-aggression principle. I try to make sure that all the actions I have with other people, am I, coercing this person? Am I using violence on them? Like, okay, I got to find a better solution, right? That goes against the core beliefs that I have. Another one is a 7-generation principle that I've mentioned before. The idea that we need to live in a way that helps and empowers the 7 generations and beyond. The people, the beautiful young ones here are the next generation, right? And then their children and beyond and beyond. How are the things we're doing today as we're facing this great reset? What is the world they're going to go into look like? We get to determine that. So start thinking that way every day, thinking about how your actions are affecting the 7 generations and beyond, right? And there's a few other principles that are core to me, but the idea is, who am I? Getting to know yourself. What are the principles that you have? What is a principle? Some people don't even we kind of have that word in our head, but if you stopped and think, well, what is a principle? What does that really mean? And what are my principles? And then from there, start to identify goals that you have, right? Because as you're getting to know yourself and as you're getting to understand the principles that you have, you start to, before you get to goals, you start to examine your habits as well and your relationships. And again, it's all about aligning your world holistically. So maybe you're good at speaking publicly and sharing these ideas, but then in your private life, you don't actually live them. Maybe it's just a kind of a face you put on, right? That's one of the concepts that we talk about, the psychological concept that everybody has kind of a stage that we go on, right? And we're prepping ourselves to go on stage when we're in front of other people. It's not like a bad thing. It's just something that we do as humans. We have a backstage, where we go back there and we're totally alone. You're just completely yourself. Maybe you got one other person that you can be on that backstage with, but typically we got to kind of prep ourselves. Like, okay, now I'm ready to go out and talk to people, and now I'm presenting myself. And it doesn't have to be like you're being fake. It's just part of who we are. The goal, though, or at least for me, is how do we align what's happening backstage with what's happening up front stage, where we feel so good about who we are and the energy we're putting forth, the exchanges and the things we have to offer, that we don't have to put on a facade when we go out in front stage, that they're pretty much exactly the same. Or maybe there is no more backstage. It's just, here I am. I'm on stage. This is me, whether you love me or not, right? And maybe it's such an empowering thing to recognize. I've realized this over the years. Creating containers like this, because I hope everybody who's here, everybody who's watching at home, and everybody in Central Texas realizes that you are accepted. No matter how old you are, what color you are, what age you know, whatever, you're accepted. We accept you. And we want to get to know you. And so you have a container right now to say, you know what, I don't need backstage. I'm going to just be full me, front stage, in front of everybody, and see what comes about that. See how people are attracted, or what I learned through that experience and what it teaches me about myself. Just think about how empowering that would be if the only thing we did after this conference, after this activation, is that everybody decided to be a little bit more real. That might ripple out to the world in some very powerful ways, because being real means speaking up when someone tells you to put a mask on and you, well, now it's not worth it. I'll just be quiet, or I'll just comply. You don't have to be rude, but you assert your truth, right? And not just about these kinds of issues, but just everything, right? You realize that you don't have to hide who you really are from your family and your friends anymore. You realize that you don't have to just smile and be nice just because you don't want to create a fight. It also doesn't mean you have to be rude to people, but you just stand strong in your truth. This is who I am. I got to know myself. I know my principles. I know now that my habits are in line with my principles. Because as I said earlier, if you're not really living the message, then your habits are going to get out of alignment. So then you've got like this principle that you claim to live by, but then in your daily habits, you're living a completely opposite life. Like you're like, man, down with the Federal Reserve. All right, guys, I got to go work at Goldman Sachs. I'll see you later. There's a little bit of inconsistency there. And those inconsistencies are what hold us back and what limit us as a species and on the individual level, right? It's not about being like harsh on yourself, like, damn, look, you're totally out of alignment. You claim these things, but you still got your money in the banks. We all have different situations. I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm here to say, let's as individuals take an honest look at ourselves and say, is there more work that I can do? Can I actually move the ball forward in some ways? I've been wanting to look into local credit unions as a better alternative to banks, but I just haven't taken the time. I've been wanting to learn about how to grow my own food, but I'm just posting memes about it and hoping that somehow food's going to grow. You know, that's the sort of thing that we do, right? There's a disconnect in our actions, and it's not about me or anybody else judging you. It's about, let's just be real. Let's see what we're facing. Trillions of dollars of maybe hundreds of years of planning to create this thing they're calling the Great Reset. Is everybody really taking the scope of what the heck we're facing, right? But also there's so much beauty and so much creation and so much imagination on our side. It's just we have to follow through, because the intentions are great, but they're nothing without action, right? And so you might have that intention to, oh, I'm headed to the Greater Reset and I got to get my beach body ready. So I'm going to go to the beach. I'm going to go to the gym 5 times a week and make sure I'm looking good and feeling good, more importantly. But in reality, your actions are playing video games all day and eating pizza. There's a disconnect between your actions and your goal, right? And in the same way, if we want to combat this Greater Reset thing, and we want to create the Great Reset, and we want to create a Greater Reset, and we want to grow healthy food, and we want the kids to have good, clean water, but we're not doing anything, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen without action. And that's both internal healing, trauma, working through that, getting to know yourself, and yes, exploring the physical counter economy, exploring the ideas that you're hearing this week that align with your principles, discovering what your principles are, discovering what your goals are, looking at your habits, looking at your relationships, and seeing where you might be out of alignment. And it's up to you to decide how you go about that situation. Maybe I'll give an example. I met a couple a few years ago. They came to another event I was speaking at back in the day called the Free Your Mind Conference. And they came one year and just got totally blown away. And then they came back the following year and then they wanted to share this story. And the story was like, wow, we came here. We were just totally moved by all the information we heard. And when we went back home to wherever, we realized like nothing was the same. The woman was working for the Department of Defense, specifically helping sell missiles from the US government to other nations. Like she was kind of being real about this. And she said, when I went back to work, I couldn't do it anymore. I realized that I was contributing to the system that I'm trying to fight and that I don't agree with and that doesn't align with my values. And she said, but I had no way out. And what she was saying is like, one of the ways they sucker you in, and I think a lot of people might relate to this, is through, she had like this pension that was off in the distance. If she just got to that, everything's good. And she's got health care and they're paying for all this stuff. And that's really hard to walk away from. And I empathize with that. I've never had those things, but I empathize with people who feel that security and it's a carrot they got on a stick and they're waiting for you to grab it. And she said she just couldn't figure out how to get out of it. She knew that she didn't love it anymore. She was miserable every day, and she was praying about it. And then her mom ended up passing away, which was obviously difficult for her. And she had no idea that her mom had a stash of money that she had kind of secretly, I guess, hidden away until this time. And in her will, gave this woman the money, which was enough money for her to quit her job. And they came back to the conference and they were just like, I have no idea what we're going to do. We have this money for now, but I'm happier than I've ever been because I'm living my truth. And that's what we all need to do. I mean, that's just, to me, is so empowering. And I just want to shout out my brother Andy back there. Andy, I'm going to put you on the spot for the people here in the audience. Andy, I'm just going to briefly tell your story, and you can be embarrassed if you like it. Andy is an ex-Marine who got out of the Marines as a conscientious objector, and now he's here at the Greater Reset because he realized the things that he was being forced to participate in didn't align with his values. And I have the utmost respect for people who take a stand in that way. All politics aside, it's just about, again, living your truth. And some of you might hate that decision. Others will applaud it and love it. But he's living who he needs to be, and that's what matters, right? And if more of us did that, that would change the world alone. If we all just started being real and stopped feeling like we have to blow smoke up people, places, and not be our real selves. So that's what I was doing in prison, and that's this process that I'm describing. I think that when you talk about this self-assessment, whatever way you go about it, if you like the ideas I have, use them. If you find other books and things that work better, use them. The point is that we need to explore the tools that can help us connect to ourselves, whether it's yoga, whether it's sound bath, whether it's meditation, it's prayer, time with community, just crying your eyes out, whatever it is that brings you to that place where you get the healing that you need to. That makes us more equipped, more healthy, spiritually, mentally, physically, to exchange with people, right? Because like I was saying earlier, it's not just the physical exchanges. I'm trading gold to silver, we're trading crypto, or I'm buying food from him, whatever it may be, but it's also the way that we're interacting with people, right? Because you can be a Bitcoin millionaire and haven't done any of your work, and you're a complete dick, and nobody likes you, and they're probably not going to do business with you still. I'm just saying, we got to work on ourselves inside as much as anywhere else. And this concept is something that I've started to call in the last couple of years. For those who are familiar with my work, my website and the book series is called The Conscious Resistance, and it's still a phrase I use, but more recently, I've started to call it holistic activism, or if you're an anarchist, holistic anarchism. And what I mean by this is, again, just taking that holistic look, right? So as a typical activist, you might go out to the streets and you protest the Federal Reserve, or you protest against Monsanto, or let's say you protest the lockdowns, or whatever it may be. But again, you're not always thinking about the role that you're playing. You're just pointing, it's Monsanto, it's the Rockefellers, it's Bill Gates. I know it's them. I have no role in this at all. And you're pointing your fingers out there. You're not pointing the finger back here and looking at your own actions. And sometimes this results in hypocritical, contradictory behavior. Like maybe you're against the Federal Reserve System, but you still use it every day and you haven't made any effort to get out of that system. You're against the Wall Street banks, but you're putting your money in their banks. Little inconsistencies like that, right? So in one hand, you're going on the streets and saying, change the world, let's fix these problems. But then you go back and you shoot yourself in the foot by contributing to that same problem. That is what, like a reactive type of activism. A holistic activism says, how do I examine this problem and see that, yes, I'm upset. I want to go outside and express my voice, want to pass out some information, cheer, talk to people like we're going to do this afternoon. But also, let me stop and reflect. You know what? I've been buying from companies that work with Monsanto. I buy products that are Monsanto GMO corn. I'm working against myself in this instance, right? Like, just look at the problems that you see, because it's easy to look around and see problems. It's a lot harder to look at ourselves and see how we're feeding into them, to humble ourselves and say, wow, like, you know what? I'm playing a role. It doesn't mean you need to shame yourself. It doesn't mean you need to feel overwhelmed or there's nothing you can do. It's about starting to think, well, what's the first step I can take? How can I start to move away from that system, right? Because I've been doing this for 12 years now, not paying taxes, not using banks, and just staying out of their system as much as possible. And it takes time, and it's difficult, and it's not necessarily for everyone. So I'm not asking people to live my lifestyle, but I am saying, let's start being a lot more real about what we believe in and aligning our actions, our words, and our thoughts. So it starts up here, and that's great. And maybe it turns into a meme, but without action, it means nothing ultimately. We can have a lot of good thoughts. We have a lot of good intentions here. There's so many people who've been coming up and sharing all the projects they have going on. There's a lot of exchange, a lot of momentum here in this room and all around the world right now. But if we don't put action behind it, and that action includes taking our money out of their systems, building better food production systems, healing ourselves, working through our trauma, trying to find the root causes of those things, and trying to present to the world this empowered human being. Because we're never going to be perfect, but we can definitely get to a place where we can be real, we can heal, and then again, we can create that container for other human beings to be free. Because when we allow another human being to feel like they can just practically be their real selves, that is so empowering. I mean, how many times in our lives have we had to, maybe in different relationships with your parents or certain friends, especially in our younger years, I feel like, put on a facade because people, it was just going to cause trouble. Just the idea of you being you was going to cause trouble. It would cause a fight at dinner if you just be your real self when you come home to see your family or something like that. Those are real situations that people deal with, and that is a completely disempowering feeling. To feel like you can't just be yourself by people that you're supposed to love you and care about, and people that you love and care about. So the more spaces we can create where people can be free, people can be real, they can feel open to coming out on front stage as their true self and not having to put on a facade, and you can look them in the eyes and make that real human connection and say, I accept you. I want to know more about you. Let's get to know each other. When we have counter-economic exchanges that are empowered in that way because we're doing our spiritual healing, our trauma healing, then our exchanges in the physical realm are only going to be that much stronger, right? Because there's a layer of trust that needs to happen, especially if you're talking about doing things outside of the system. You need to trust the people you're dealing with. So as I wrap up here, when I think about that, building trust with people, and am I making sense here? Are you guys, I'm just, sometimes I just go on, so I don't know. So when I'm talking about the physical, economic, real world exchanges, and again, empowering ourselves, healing so that those exchanges we have are equally powerful, I do think there's a layer of trust. And that leads to, we need to trust the people we're working with, right? Whether it's your family, it's your friends, it's your husband, your wife, or it's the community you live in. We're a community right here. You know, that word gets thrown out around a lot, but let's give a few examples of community. This is a community right here, the people in this room. There's also an international, worldwide community of people who have joined the Greater Reset Activation, following our channels, and who are watching right now, and people who are going to be watching it later in the weeks and months to come. There's a community in Austin, you know, there's the global community, international community of people who are waking up to these things, right? It means a lot of different things. But when you're building community, whether it's these sort of temporary autonomous agoras or it's intentional community, like I said, we want to have a conversation this week with people who are interested in Mexico or elsewhere of starting communities built around different principles. That's where you can really have the counter economy thrive. Because if you've got a group of people, whether that's maybe a freedom cell of 7 or 8 people or multiple freedom cells or multiple families living together, you're going to start building trust in those relationships, knowing that you can exchange value with those people, that you can connect to them on a spiritual plane as well, that you can be your real self with them. That's where I think that the strength is. And whether, like Johnny was talking a couple of days ago in Houston about building in the city, or you're talking about moving to the Mexican countryside or in the US or wherever, the point is that we need community. We need to build these strong connections. And this is what Samuel Konkin, the dude who discovered agorism and counter economics, this is what he believed would happen, is that as the state got more and more aggressive and oppressive and authoritarian, as we're seeing around the world right now in the response to COVID-19 that they're pulling, more and more people are waking up. How many people have seen friends and family who may have never questioned? How many of you maybe woke up in the last year? Maybe some people here are just having that journey. But if any of you had that experience in the last year of friends and family who never seemed concerned about these issues, starting to look to you because they know you're the crazy one, so they want to come to you. Hey, what do you think about this? They're like, you know, they know that they can come to you. Some of you have had that experience, right? I've been noticing that in my work, a lot more people reaching out and saying, I just woke up 6 months ago. I just woke up last month. You know, just people are constantly having this experience now. And that's what Konkin predicted, is that as the state got more oppressive and aggressive, it would cause more people to have this kind of questioning, waking up experience. And I believe those of us who are here now and who see it, we can choose to be forward thinking, and we can lay the foundation, this network of free communities, or as I like to call them, conscious agoras. That's the name of the community that we're trying to build out in Michoacan. And hopefully, if things go well, we will be getting the land by the beginning of July and start the building of the first conscious agora. But I want this to be a network, an international, worldwide network, thank you, of free communities that are trading counter-economically, that are focused on healing, that are living lives of non-aggression and respecting each other's self-ownership and individuality, but also using the power of us as a group, right? And then on an international scale, just like we've done already with the Freedom Cell Network, connecting all these communities. So we have a grid of alternative communities all around the world who, when they try to lock us out, and unfortunately, friends, they are going to try to lock us out with these immunity passports to travel, to work, to use a bank accounts. This is a reality. I know we're here for solutions, but this is a reality we need to recognize. Doesn't mean you can't fight, but it's right there staring you in the face. When they try to lock you out, you won't be dependent on their food system, their healthcare system, their banks, or any of things like that. But the sooner you get out, the more we build now, spiritually and physically, the better off we will be. Because if we don't, again, we're failing the 7 generations. Thank you, guys. Can we do the affirmation before I exit stage? John, you're gonna do it again? You gonna do the affirmation with us, John?
What did he say? Oh, affirmations. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, that was
We'll
great,
start
bros. You were in flow mode there, just riffing and nailing it.
Thank you,
Good.
guys.
Give it
Thank
up
you.
again. Give it up.
I hope so. I just blacked out and I woke up and everybody was clapping, so I hope I did good.
That's the true
All right, well,
stream
let's
of
start.
consciousness.
Let's start with beautiful, powerful, and then free. All right. I am beautiful.
I'm beautiful.
I am powerful.
I'm powerful.
I am free.
I'm free.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Derek's all
In
fire.
2021, the free hearts and minds of the world are standing together in celebration of freedom and community.
The people are waking and organizing. The people are recognizing their own power.
The people of the world are uniting against the Great Reset.
The people are celebrating the Greater Reset.
From May 24th to 28th, join us as we gather online and in person for the Greater Reset. From activation to expansion.
Over 5 days, we will focus on practical solutions for the most pressing issues of our time. Over 30 world-class speakers will share ideas in 5 different themes. May 24th, Mind, Body, and Soul.
May 25th, regenerate the earth.
May 26th, the Counter Economy.
May 27th, liberating technology.
May 28th, Community and Relationships. Don't miss out on the next step in the Greater Reset. It's time to get activated.
This is our world,
Our way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Greater Reset, day 3, Wednesday. Just heard a very powerful speech from old Derek Bros, just nailing it. Really good stuff. Let me get everybody's attention real quick, please. Here pretty soon, we're going to be premiering The Pyramid of Power and hearing about Derek's awesome work, this documentary. But I wanted to take a sec to encourage folks to send us their People's Reset contest entries. So if there's anybody here in Central Texas or any folks in Zihuatanejo or anyone watching all across the globe, if you haven't sent your video yet, you have an opportunity to win $500 worth of Bitcoin Cash, which is more Bitcoin Cash than it was like a few weeks ago when one Bitcoin Cash was worth $1,500. Now it's like, I don't know, $500 or so. It's funny, I doled out these little $10 worth of Bitcoin Cash to all the kids at my son's birthday party. And I made this little paper wallet, right? And it was like, I said, one of these days that's going to be worth more than $10. You guys just wait. And sure enough, like 3 weeks later, it was now $30. Then it was back to $10 again. But at least it's not 8. So again, the People's Reset contest, you can do your entries there at the website, thegreaterreset.org, up here in the programs menu, and then you got the contest there. We do have a bunch of people's videos already up, and we would love your feedback. You can go put a little heart there. in order to check out the entries. Ramiro and the team have been working hard on making this a reality. So we'd love for you to do that. You can see the submissions. Just click right there and go ahead and check them out and help us choose which one. Somebody's going to get $500 in BCH, $200 in BCH, and $100 in BCH. So we got a little bit of time here to chat before we go to the Pyramid of Power. So I just wanted to see if there's anyone in the audience that wants to share any feedback with their experience so far, or if they want to share anything about their relationship with money, or if they've had any big eurekas. Come on up, somebody. They're like, don't call on me. Don't call on me. Anybody? You? No? George? All right, George's got a mouthful of food, but he's going to come up here. All right, so yeah, also, we really appreciate everybody that's in the chat and that's streaming and participating. Share this link. Again, this is an activation. It's not a passive exercise. We want to inspire and motivate and encourage people to change their life, because at the end of the day, it starts with individual actions, but if enough of us change and we just put out that positive energy and radiate it out to the world, then together, collectively, we can change the world. But it all starts with changing yourself. Come on, George. George, do you have any feedback or any insights that you gained from today's topic, or just in general you want to share with us?
I didn't really understand the Hanami presentation, and I feel like that'd be difficult to implement those things against the tremendous force we're up against. And I also want to say, I guess this is having to do with being jaded with like some new agey law of attraction stuff, but it's like there are literal victims in the world, right? They're not, it's like a mindset. I think a lot of the way that some of this stuff can be talked about comes out to victim blaming, which of course is not what we're doing here. We're trying to empower people, but I just feel like that's a difficult thing to get my head around, that like not everyone has the same list of choices as we all do here in Central Texas. So just like, I don't know. Just wanted to get that off my chest for what it's worth.
Okay, good. Great feedback, some constructive feedback. Thought we'd have cheerleading like, oh, whoa! But no, I appreciate that. I had some thoughts about the first presentation as well, the whole central bank concept. And we had a speaker last time that mentioned universal basic income at the last Greater Reset, which I'm not a big fan of. I mean, I think a lot of just basic human relationships have to do with helping one another and adding value to one another. So I like that element, although I don't like the toxic income tax system or the central banking system that leeches off of everyone and makes it even harder to get by. And I appreciate what you say, because a lot of people do have more difficult circumstances that they find themselves in. And it's easy for one person or one group. It's easier for one person or one group, I should say. But I like to point out that even though we don't have control over what happens to us in life, we do have control over how we show up for what happens to us in life and how we respond to it. And so I think the mindset that I always try to put myself in and encourage others to be in is, even if we have hardship and problems, to try to learn from those hardships and problems. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that find great success that have had terrible upbringings, abuse, hardcore abject poverty, but they use it as a fuel to kind of build character and help them to persevere. Just throwing that out there. All right, do we have anybody in Zihuatanejo that wants to share anything? Ramiro, do we have any of the contest entries that we could play real quick for some folks to tease what's out there? Because I know we love hearing people's stories. Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep on talking then and go ahead and pop in whenever the time is right. So I really appreciate what Derek has to say too about this whole holistic self-assessment. And I think that a lot of people in this world are carrying out a program, right? And he mentioned the 4 agreements. That's something that is iterated in the 4 agreements, except he calls them agreements, right? There's all this stuff that's imparted upon us. And there's so much programming coming from the media as well, especially, and then social pressure. And we learned about the business owner, Zoe, and how because they weren't requiring masks, they had the mob come after them. And it was all sorts of trouble and drama in these Facebook groups. And it's easy to just succumb to that pressure, right? And to that programming. So it's up to us to have that consciousness to be able to step out of the programming and recognize there's a program playing in the first place. And it's not always easy. And a lot of times it takes checking your ego to recognize that there's still a lot of work to do. But the idea is just to keep on keeping on and to keep on growing. All right, let's cue up one of these videos here. What do we got? These are so inspirational. It's so cool to see people. All right, here we go, by Gina and Charles. I'm not hearing any audio on our end just yet. And back to me. Yeah. My favorite part about Derek's thing when he was like, stop paying your income taxes, everybody. Rah! And I think it's important too, like, because Derek's full on agorist, 110%. But I appreciate how he recognizes that his space that he's in is different than others. Let's see what we got. The People's Reset. You know, the thing about Odyssey, it's great. It's all. Maybe pause it. We could pause it, let it load. All right. I think we should skip it for now. All right, we'll skip it for now. Check, 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 check. You know, the thing, Odyssey's great. It's an alternative, but sometimes it takes a little bit longer to load. So when we're building the counter economy and the alternatives, we got to be a little bit patient so we can avoid all those big Google tech things. But like I was saying, Derek is right to recognize that some people have anchors in a certain community, or they have a 401k, or they have money in the bank, or they have a lot to lose, right? Was Janis Joplin said, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose, right? But a lot of people do have a lot to lose. So for those folks, myself included, I would encourage people to just take baby steps. And we all want to achieve 110% agorism and sovereignty, right? That should be our goal. And we can do that, I believe, in time through community and the strength in numbers that comes along with people working together, like the Freedom Cell Network, right? We have over 22,000 people. But in the meantime, you can take little baby steps. Like, let's say you still need access to banking to run your business, but you have Chase Manhattan Bank, which is David Rockefeller. A lot of people don't know that connection there, and it's JP Morgan. So, you know, abandon the Chase Manhattan and maybe try a local credit union. You can still receive payments and you can still have access to banking, but it's just not as hardcore as the monolithic banking system. You can also do the inside-outside game. You can have your mainstream job. You can file your 1040 if you must, but that you can also have the little under-the-table después de la mesa, I think, or maybe it's detrás. I don't know how to say underneath. We'll ask them down there in Zihuatanejo. But you can still have your little under-the-table side thing. That's not reported, right? It's an inside-outside game. And then together, when more of us work together, come together, build this Freedom Cell network, maybe when we reach like 250K, we can all opt out together collectively. I don't know, maybe 500. I don't know. Derek's already like, I'm waiting for you guys. Come on now. 11 years I've been opted out. What are you waiting for? All right, well,
We're ready.
Yeah, let's do it. Go ahead and intro the doc.
Thank you, brother. All right, we're going to test this out. Just a second. Ramiro, actually roll the clip real quick. We're going to be right back with the debut of my film, The Pyramid of Power. It's a 4 out of 16 episodes that's coming. This is the first season of it that you'll see in just a moment. So we'll be right back.
Working as an investigative journalist over the last decade, my work has pushed
healthviafood.org. Site founder Ben Rockefeller has put together a free report on how food combinations play a critical role in digestion and in turn your overall health. Download the free report today at healthviafood.org. While you're there, browse their extensive collection of simple yet effective dietary strategies that will ensure you're in tip-top shape for many years to come. healthviafood.org. Ideas you can use so your health you don't lose.
All right, now we are ready to premiere the first of 4 parts for my documentary series. I was saying this earlier, guys. For those of you who are listening, could you please quiet down if you don't mind? We're going to start the premiere of this film. It's an hour and 15 minutes long, all 4 episodes together. I started this in 2018, and it evolved from a 2-hour talk to now a 16-part documentary series. As I said earlier, each episode is like 20 to 25 minutes long, and it is meant to be bingeable. We released the first of 3 episodes of the last Friday. The 4th episode comes out this Friday, but everybody here and everybody online is going to get to watch it for the first time anywhere. And before we start, I want to thank my 2 editors, Jeremy Martin and Becca Godwin, for just the amazing work you're about to see. All right, guys. I hope you enjoy this.
Working as an investigative journalist over the last decade, my work has pushed me to host a radio show, write books, and produce numerous documentaries about the realities of child trafficking, the dangers of technology, and indigenous struggles. Now, I aim to uncover whether there exists a network of individuals and institutions which ties these issues together. Many researchers posit the existence of an international cartel which covertly manipulates world events for their own benefit. Are these claims simply fantasy and paranoid delusion? Or is there truly an agenda to manipulate humanity to the demands of the pyramid of power?
Chapter 1: Big Education. Public schooling is a ritual that most children endure the most impressionable years of their lives. While the assumed goal of public education is to educate the children so that they become the doctors, teachers, artists, and leaders of the future, some suspect a more sinister agenda is at play. Some believe that mandatory public education has become the tool for the governments of the world and the education organizations which advise governments to influence and manipulate the opinions of the youth. So how accurate are these claims? Is government involvement in education a flawed attempt at achieving a worthy goal? And what role does government education play in influencing the minds of the youth? To answer these questions, we have to go back to the origins of education. Plato's The Republic is well known for popularizing the concept of mandatory education. But other resources note that Jewish leaders have been requiring parents to provide some form of education for their children since ancient Judea. In the 15th and 16th centuries, the Aztec Triple Alliance made education mandatory for boys and girls beginning at age 15. There were at least 2 known types of schools for the Aztec children: a practical and military-based education, and learning writing, astronomy, theology, and other ideas. In 1496, Scotland established education for all children of privileged elite families. With the enacting of the School Establishment Act of 1616, all children were required to attend school. However, the compulsory school model that gradually spread all over the world was largely based on the Prussian model of education, which was established in 1763. Although Prussian King Frederick William I promoted the concept of compulsory schooling as far back as 1716, education did not become mandatory until 1763, when his son King Frederick the Great ruled that children must attend a state-sponsored school. Under the new ruling, children were required to attend school from their 5th to 13th or 14th year, with fines imposed for not attending. Much has been written about the Prussian model of education. For years, it has been popular to refer to the Prussian model as the industrial or factory model. In more recent years, some educators and historians have pushed back on the idea that the Prussian model was designed to produce obedient workers. So what's the truth? First, it is important to note that the Prussian education model was funded via taxation of the population. Some researchers describe early schools as free public goods, but the reality is that every subject of the Prussian kingdom funded the mandatory schools through taxation.
Let us never forget this fundamental truth. The state has no source of money other than the money people earn themselves.
The idea that the Prussian system was about maintaining state control over education, and thus the people, was affirmed when King Frederick issued another ruling in 1794. This ruling declared, "Schools and universities are state institutions charged with the instruction of the youth. Schools may be founded only with the knowledge and consent of the state. It is the duty of the school inspectors to see that all children of compulsory school age are kept in school, if necessary by force and by punishment of negligent parents." Horace Mann, sometimes known as the father of American public schooling, was a strong lobbyist for the Prussian schooling design, while still acknowledging that the system had its critics. As he wrote in 1843, numerous tracts were issued from the English press strongly denouncing the whole plan of education in Prussia as being not only designed to produce, but as actually producing a spirit of blind acquiescence to arbitrary power, in things spiritual as well as temporal, as being, in fine, a system of education adapted to enslave and not to enfranchise the human mind. As the Prussian model solidified, so did international interest in the system. Educational philosophers were intrigued and started lobbying for a similar system across Europe and in the United States. Massachusetts was the first state to institute a mandatory education policy in the United States in 1852. By 1918, every other state had passed similar legislation. It was during this time that seeds were planted which would later grow to become the modern centers known as public schools. Rockefeller education. In the late 19th century, John D. Rockefeller Sr. was one of the wealthiest and most hated men alive. He was the owner of the Standard Oil Company, a monopoly involved in everything associated with the oil industry, from drilling to transportation. It allowed him to accumulate enough wealth to influence many institutions, including America's education system. In 1902, Rockefeller Sr. founded the General Education Board with an initial donation of $1 million. Rockefeller founded the board with help from Frederick T. Gates, with the stated objective to support higher education and medical schools in the United States. The General Education Board was also interested in the promotion of farming in the southern states and schools for African Americans. By January 1903, the U.S. Congress officially incorporated the General Education Board, with their mission being, quote, "the promotion of education throughout the United States without distinction as to race, sex, or creed." The General Education Board charter was supported by a bill from Senator Nelson W. Aldrich from Rhode Island. Coincidentally, Senator Aldrich's daughter, Abby Aldrich, was married to John D. Rockefeller Jr. Senator Aldrich would also prove instrumental in the creation of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. The Rockefeller family would ultimately give over $180 million to fund the board. The board's founding was preceded by several early educational organizations and private meetings between John D. Rockefeller Jr. and other influential people of the time. One of the men in attendance was Daniel Coit Gilman. Gilman would become a member of the General Education Board and was also the co-founder of the Russell Trust Association, which is the business name for the New Haven, Connecticut-based Skull and Bones Secret Society, which operates a student secret society at Yale University. As we work through this series and explore the pyramid of power, you will notice that certain names and institutions make several appearances. It's important to note how these people and organizations are interwoven. Keep that in mind as we work through this series. After half a decade in existence, the General Education Board ceased operating under that name and was absorbed into the Rockefeller Foundation. The Rockefeller family were not the only wealthy tycoons interested in bankrolling educational ventures. In 1905, the infamous steel magnate Andrew Carnegie founded the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. Carnegie and Rockefeller were both eager to transform their images from that of rich, out-of-touch robber barons to kind, elderly gentlemen who cared about the poor. To achieve this goal, they created various foundations and philanthropic organizations to spread their vast wealth and influence. The Prussian model of education promoted by the men's organizations was the perfect tool to inculcate the masses with their message of choice, embedding within the structure of public education itself their private ideologies on the appropriate learning material and the structure for the nation's youth. American support and critique of the system grew in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. In 1918, Professor Thomas Alexander wrote the following after researching the Prussian model. We believe, however, that a careful study of the Prussian school system will convince any unbiased reader that the Prussian citizen cannot be free to do and act for himself, that the Prussian is to a large measure enslaved through the medium of his school, that his learning, instead of making him his own master, forges the chains by which he is held in servitude, that the whole scheme of Prussian elementary education is shaped with the express purpose of making 95 out of every 100 citizens subservient to the ruling house and to the state. Even more unnerving are the words of Reverend Frederick T. Gates, the business advisor to John D. Rockefeller Sr., who helped him found the General Education Board. In our dream, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. The present educational conventions fade from our minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive rural folk. We shall not try to make these people, or any of their children, into philosophers or men of learning or of science. We are not to raise up among them authors, orators, poets, and men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor will we cherish even the humbler ambition to raise up among them lawyers, doctors, preachers, statesmen, of whom we now have ample supply. For the task we set before ourselves is very simple as well as a very beautiful one, to train these people as we find them to a perfectly ideal life just where they are. The concerns about the Prussian model of education and compulsory education in general continue today. Charlotte Iserbyt is a freelance writer and former senior policy advisor to the U.S. Department of Education. In her book, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, she alleges that changes gradually brought into the American public education system work to eliminate the influences of a child's parents and mold the child into an obedient follower of the state. She believes these changes originated from plans formulated primarily by the Andrew Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Education and the Rockefeller General Education Board. Another critic of the U.S. public school system is John Taylor Gatto, former award-winning New York City school teacher and author of Dumbing Us Down, The Hidden Curriculum of Compulsory Schooling and the Underground History of American Education. Gatto was a vocal opponent to mandatory schooling following his career as a teacher until the time of his death in 2018. Gatto's main thesis is that the school system confuses the students. He says the modern school system presents an incoherent ensemble of information that the child needs to memorize to stay in school rather than teaching critical thinking. Gatto also claimed public schools make children emotionally and intellectually dependent. In Underground History, he says, "What I'm trying to describe is what has happened to our schools was inherent in the original design for a planned economy and a planned society laid down so proudly at the end of the 19th century."
John Taylor Gatto is a former New York City Teacher of the Year and New York State Teacher of the Year. He has a new piece in this month's Harper's, Against School, How Public Education Cripples Our Kids and Why. Mr. Gatto, what's your basic theme here?
Well, my basic theme, I suppose, would be that schools are dangerous places for kids. They retard intellectual development. They retard moral development. They bankrupt communities financially by bleeding hundreds of billions of dollars into unproductive activity, and they bleed communities dynamically by taking the energies of children away from the general society and dissipating them. They're places of intimidation, bullying, sexual harassment, criminality, and even arson and murder. And the epidemic of national obesity can be traced, I think, to the training ground of the school cafeteria.
Okay, there's a lot of ground to cover there. Should schooling be compulsory?
It should not be compulsory.
Gatto also says the design of the public school system makes it clear to students that they cannot hide because they are always supervised.
American forced schooling, because that's what it is, American forced schooling is the design and the execution of corporate foundation. Often the misinformation comes from innocent self-delusion, but just as often as you move up the power pyramid, it comes from a malign intent toward your own individuality.
But are the metal detectors effective in keeping students safe? This is all part of our Generation Under Fire Back to School series. Our Roseanne Aragon spoke with parents, schools, architects, and more about what they think.
Much like an airport, this is the norm for Aldine ISD students. Metal detectors and staff greet intermediate through high school students every morning.
In the age of school drills in preparation for mass shootings, students are increasingly under supervision and inside a prison-like environment. Unfortunately, the dangers of the public school system go beyond attempting to mold the minds of the youth. The public school institutions in America and abroad have been infiltrated by intelligence agencies desperate to recruit the brightest minds of the future. In the book, Spy Schools, How the CIA, FBI, and Foreign Intelligence Secretly Exploit America's Universities, investigative journalist Daniel Golden details the exploitative relationship between higher education and intelligence services, both foreign and domestic.
As I looked into it, it turned out to be quite commonplace.
Golden examines various case studies illustrating how the Central Intelligence Agency and the Federal Bureau of Investigation use higher education to their advantage.
What exactly is involved in this process?
Well, there's different kinds of recruiting, and of course the most innocent, which I have no problem with, where there's just straight overt recruiting on campus, where the CIA and the FBI go in and they hold a career fair or some other event, and they say, come work for the CIA and FBI, and that's fine. And they're only allowed to hire U.S. citizens, so, that's kind of very above board. And then there's an immediate stage where they might want somebody to spy for them, maybe a professor or a researcher whose work takes them regularly overseas, or maybe somebody who's in communication with foreign scientists, and they have a cutting-edge specialty, and they say, can you provide us information? And again, that's a little more dicey, but at least they're saying they're the CIA, and they're explaining what they want to do. And then the third kind, which I focus on the most, is when they deal with foreign students and, researchers and professors. And there, if the person is not a U.S. citizen, they're not obliged to disclose who they are. So the CIA might well approach somebody who's unwitting. They might have a professor who they're friendly with, has a graduate student from Iran or China, and the professor might say to the student, I've got a friend who'd like to pay you to do some work for him or something, and then not say that the friend is from the CIA. So that's one way.
When you understand all the data we have just uncovered, it becomes clear that the compulsory public education system is a great tool for influencing, manipulating, and recruiting the minds of the youth. Even if we ignore the obvious influence of the militaristic Prussian model, it is plain to see that the foundations and institutions which fund public education are aware of the opportunity to inject their agendas and values into higher learning. Not only are children sent away from their parents and families for 8 hours a day for 12 or more years of their lives, but it happens at a time in their lives when they are often the most impressionable and trusting of the adults around them. While it is true that occasionally a student will encounter a great teacher who encourages individuality and critical thinking, the average teacher is simply parroting the curriculum which the state has approved. If the ambitious teacher dares stray away from the pre-approved content, they may find themselves punished or out of a job altogether. Finally, it's important to note that when children and young adults are subjected to the state's version of history, health, politics, and philosophy, limitations are often subconsciously and covertly placed on their minds. The youth is taught the state's version of history, which typically paints the current powers as the good guys in conflict, establishes the approved version of history, healthcare, and creates parameters for acceptable political and philosophical dialogue. So what can we do about it? The answer is to break free from this centralized, state-mandated model of education. The beauty of the digital age is that it has broadened the opportunities for learning. Not only is the internet itself available as a resource for the intrepid and determined student, but dozens of online education websites have launched in recent years. Rather than depending on the government for education or putting yourself in thousands of dollars of debt to obtain a piece of paper, The youth of today have abundant resources for education. There are free and paid websites for grade school education, both religious and secular, and there are free and paid websites offering college courses. There are literally thousands of online schools which offer courses in continued learning. While it's not always feasible or affordable for parents to take their young children out of school, there is a growing movement of parents who are homeschooling or even unschooling their children. These movements differ and overlap, but the point is that some parents have had enough with the mainstream education options and are removing their children altogether. These parents seek to provide an education for their children while not subjecting them to state propaganda. Some parents are even partnering with each other to form education pods where they can network and share information on alternative education. These pods are similar to one of the solutions we will be promoting throughout this series, known as Freedom Cells. Freedom Cells are a decentralized manner of organizing in groups of 8 to promote skills, knowledge, and resources. The concept can easily be applied to groups of parents or even students who are looking to empower themselves individually and as a group. Imagine a Freedom Cell, or pod, focused on educating their children outside of the state-run education system. This independence and decentralization could help free the youth from education systems designed to limit their potential. The minds of the youth are one of the most valuable resources available on this planet. The heads of state and philanthropists have recognized this for centuries. Protecting and compassionately guiding these minds is of utmost importance. If parents and mentors do not take an active role in contributing towards the education of the youth, it is only a matter of time before other influences joyfully take the opportunity. 99 students out of 100 are automata, careful to walk in prescribed paths, careful to follow the prescribed custom. This is not an accident, but the result of substantial education, which scientifically defined is the subsummation of the individual. To learn more about the Prussian model of education and the history of education, we encourage you to read the following books: The Prussian Elementary Schools by Thomas Alexander, Dumbing Us Down, The Hidden Curriculum of Compulsory Schooling, and The Underground History of American Education by John Taylor Gatto, The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America by Charlotte Iserbyt, Spy Schools, How the CIA, FBI, and Foreign Intelligence Secretly Exploit America's Universities by Daniel Golden. We also encourage you to watch the Tragedy and Hope interview series with John Taylor Gatto.
Chapter 2: Establishment Media. For many of us, one of the first things we do in the morning is check out our favorite news stations, newspapers, social media feeds, and websites to get informed on the important events of the day. People of all political persuasions have a desire to be informed about the world around them and the topics they care about. The average person might believe that the hundreds of TV stations, millions of websites, and never-ending social media feeds offer a limitless resource of factual, credible information that will keep them up to date about the important issues. However, as with the education system, there are many concerns related to mass media and the numerous conflicts of interest. First, let's start by looking at the history of media ownership in the United States and around the world. In the early 1980s, about 50 corporations controlled most of American media, including magazines, books, music, newspapers, movie studios, radio, and TV stations. Within a decade, that number would drop to around 25, and by the year 2000, just 6 corporations had control of about 90% of the media. As of 2020, that number is down to 5 corporations. These corporations include AT&T, Disney, Comcast, Fox Corp, and National Amusements. Many of the previous large media corporations have been purchased by or merged with one of these top 5. Comcast owns NBC, Telemundo, MSNBC, CNBC, USA Network, Sci-Fi, Oxygen, Bravo, the film studio Universal Pictures, multiple animation studios, and Universal Parks and Resorts. Disney owns Walt Disney Studios, which includes Pixar, Marvel Studios, Lucasfilm, and 20th Century Studios. Disney also owns ESPN and ABC News and Networks. Fox Corp owns Fox, Fox News Channel, Fox Business, Fox Sports, while National Amusements owns Viacom CBS, which owns Paramount Pictures, CBS Entertainment Network, Nickelodeon, BET, MTV, Comedy Central, and various international networks. AT&T is the world's largest media and entertainment company in terms of revenue. The megacorporation owns the Warner Media Group, which has film, TV, and cable assets, including Warner Brothers, HBO, Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, TBS, TNT, and True TV. Internationally, large media conglomerates include Bertelsmann, National Amusements, Sony Corporation, Hearst Communications, MGM Holdings Incorporated, and Grupo Globo in South America. There are also major news organizations not owned by the Big Five. The New York Times is owned by the publicly held New York Times Corporation. The Washington Post is owned by Nash Holdings, an LLC owned by Amazon's Jeff Bezos. The Hearst family-owned Hearst Publications owns 24 newspapers, including the San Francisco Chronicle and Houston Chronicle, as well as magazines, TV stations, and cable and interactive media. Rupert Murdoch is the executive co-chairman of Fox Corporation and is also chairman of News Corp, which owns the Wall Street Journal and other publications. Altogether, his family controls 120 newspapers across 5 countries. Billionaire Michael Bloomberg is also a longtime media mogul with Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Media. Donald Newhouse and his brother Samuel Newhouse inherited Advance Publications, a privately held media company that controls newspapers, magazine, cable TV, and entertainment assets including Discovery Channel, Reddit, and Condé Nast, which publishes magazines Wired, Vanity Fair, GQ, The New Yorker, and Vogue. Several other billionaires, including Comcast CEO Brian Roberts and Liberty Media chairman John Malone, own or control cable TV networks that are powerful but not primarily news-focused. One clear example of how funding by billionaires and megacorporations can create a conflict of interest came in 2016 when the New York Times published an article criticizing the power that billionaires wield over media companies. One ultra-wealthy media investor was not mentioned in the story: Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim. At the time, Slim owned the largest individual stake at the Times, but was not mentioned. Slim sold half of his stocks in 2017, but still remains the second largest shareholder. While there is no clear evidence that Slim played any role in the omission of his ownership of the Times, it does illustrate the difficulty the average reader faces in assessing who is trying to influence their worldview. It's clear that the consolidation of the media presents an opportunity for the corporations, shareholders, families, and individuals behind the media to influence and shape public opinion. This is one of the reasons the media has often been called the Fourth Estate, a phrase derived from the traditional European concept of the 3 estates: the clergy, the nobility, and the common people. The Fourth Estate represents a fourth power in press and news media which have the capacity to advocate for and frame political issues. In the 1988 book Manufacturing Consent, noted intellectual and linguist Noam Chomsky and Edward S. Herman argue that the mass media of the U.S. are effective and powerful institutions which use system-supportive propaganda to influence the public without the use of coercion. They call this the propaganda model of communication.
For many people, the idea that propaganda is used by democratic rather than merely authoritarian governments will be a strange one.
Well, the term propaganda fell into disfavor around the Second World War, but in the 1920s and the 1930s, it was commonly used and in fact advocated, not by leading intellectuals, by the founders of modern political science, by Wilsonian progressives, and of course by the public relations industry, as a necessary technique to overcome the danger of democracy. The institutional structure of the media is quite straightforward. We're talking about the United States, but it's not very different elsewhere. There are sectors, but the agenda-setting media, the ones that sort of set the framework for everyone else, like the New York Times and the Washington Post and so on, these are major corporations, parts of even bigger conglomerates. Like other corporate institutions, they have a product and a market. Their market is advertisers, that is, other businesses. Their product is relatively privileged audiences, more or less.
So they're selling audiences.
They're selling privileged audiences. These are big corporations selling privileged audiences to other corporations. Now the question is, what picture of the world would a rational person expect to come out of this structure? And then we draw some conclusions about what you'd expect, and then we check, and yes, that's the picture of the world that comes out.
In the 2002 introduction to the book, they write, quote, "The media serve and propagandize on behalf of the powerful societal interests that control and finance them. The representatives of these interests have important agendas and principles that they want to advance, and they are well positioned to shape and constrain media policy. Chomsky has gone on to describe various methods the media uses to influence public opinion, including by distraction, gradualism, deferring actions until a later date that the public might be more accepting, talking to the public like children, stirring up viewers' emotions, keeping the public ignorant, promoting trends, blaming the public for problems, and by understanding the underlying psychology of the masses. Ben Bagdookian, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, describes the 5 media giants as a cartel that wields enough influence to change U.S. politics and define social values. Quote, "The Ford Motor Company and General Motors do not compete to the death because each has too much to lose in an all-or-nothing rivalry. Similarly, the major media maintains their cartel-like relationships with only marginal differences among them, a relationship that leaves all of them alive and well, but leaves the majority of Americans with artificially narrowed choices in their media." Ruling class journalism. As early as 1973, reports started to reveal that the U.S. intelligence community was infiltrating foreign and domestic media. In late November of that year, the New York Times reported that the CIA had about 36 American journalists working abroad on its payroll as undercover informants, some of them as full-time agents. None of the names of the journalists were revealed to the public. In 1975, the U.S. Senate organized the U.S. Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, otherwise known as the Church Committee, named after Idaho Senator Frank Church, who chaired the committee. Church and his team were tasked with investigating abuses by the CIA, the National Security Agency, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and the Internal Revenue Service. The Church Committee investigations are well known for revealing many illegal activities by the intelligence community, including the discovery of Operation Shamrock, in which the major telecommunications companies shared their traffic with the NSA from 1945 to the early 1970s. There was also discussion about a poison dart program that could cause someone to have a heart attack. And of course, there were the infamous MKUltra documents, which revealed the CIA's efforts to manipulate and control the human mind. The Church Committee's final report, published in April 1976, also covered CIA ties with both foreign and domestic news media. The report mentions that agents had planted false stories about activists, including Martin Luther King Jr. The report found that the CIA maintained a network of several hundred foreign individuals around the world who provide intelligence for the CIA and at times attempted to influence public opinion through the use of covert propaganda. These individuals provided the CIA with direct access to many newspapers and periodicals, press services and news agencies, radio and TV stations, commercial book publishers, and other foreign media outlets. In the United States, the CIA estimated they had around 50 assets who are individual American journalists or employees of U.S. media organizations. The committee found that more than a dozen U.S. news organizations and commercial publishing houses formally provided cover for the CIA agents abroad. At a House Intelligence Committee hearing in 1975, CIA Director William Colby was questioned about whether the agency had employees in TV networks and newspapers.
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals. Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks? This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
In 1976, a New York Times article titled CIA Ties to Journalists reported that, quote, "A draft copy of a report by the House Select Committee on Intelligence last week said that 11 full-time officers of the CIA were posing as journalists overseas in connection with their intelligence work." The report said further that until 1978, live agents had posed as full-time correspondents with organizations that have major general news impact. Moreover, the report said some 15 news organizations had cooperated with the CIA in providing cover for CIA operatives. The Times goes on to state that press freedom here is protected from government intrusion under the First Amendment to the Constitution, and thus a reader, viewer, or listener has the right to expect that the news will not be slanted to conform to a governmental position. An agent reporting from abroad to the United States would face an impossible task in sorting out his allegiance to his real employer, the CIA, from that to his news organization and its readers. The CIA formally refused to make public the names of which American news agencies cooperated with the CIA, which ones allowed themselves to be used as cover, and the names of the reporters who secretly worked for the CIA. The Times also noted that Sam Jaff, a former TV reporter who admitted to working with the FBI, accused popular journalists like Walter Cronkite of CBS of being on the list of journalists paid by the CIA. Despite the fact that the US government never actually used the name, the CIA's manipulation of mainstream media has come to be known as Operation Mockingbird.
First of all, it is important to note that what we know of as Operation Mockingbird was not called Operation Mockingbird, or at least there is absolutely no reason to believe that. The entire idea that this program to infiltrate the media was called Operation Mockingbird actually sources to a single offhand mention in one book by Deborah Davis about Katharine Graham that was sourced to an unnamed anonymous CIA person, so take it for what it's worth. Having said that, the CIA absolutely did engage, and presumably still does, but admittedly did engage in an extensive operation to infiltrate the media at all levels, less controversially internationally, by setting up publishing houses, by having journalists and reporters stationed overseas, by various methods for controlling what was seen overseas. But that, at least theoretically, is within the CIA's mandate to operate internationally. More controversially, it absolutely did the same things domestically within the United States, directly against the CIA's charter to operate only internationally. And we do not have to go on a speculative limb for that. It was admitted during the Church Committee hearings by the CIA that they did have agents in the American media that would, at the very least, forward stories to American media for publication. But subsequent reporting on that by Carl Bernstein in his seminal 1977 work for Rolling Stones, The CIA and the Media, he absolutely showed from a number of different sources that there were not only journalists who were reporting and acting essentially as informants for the CIA, there were actual agents that were undercover as journalists and reporters. The CIA had extensive ties to editors and extensive ties to publishers like the family behind the New York Times. And other reporting has shown that, for example, Alan Dulles in the early days of the CIA could and did often call up publishers in the US in order to change certain stories or to get certain facts reported or not reported.
Carl Bernstein's 1977 Rolling Stone article, The CIA and the Media, reported that the relationship between the intelligence community and the mainstream media was much more extensive than even the Church Committee revealed.
The CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country.
Bernstein alleged that the committee actually helped cover up some of the worst aspects of the partnership because it would have revealed, quote, embarrassing relationships in the 1950s and 1960s with some of the most powerful organizations and individuals in American journalism. Bernstein reported that from 1950 to 1966, about 10 CIA employees were provided cover by the New York Times under arrangements approved by the newspaper's late publisher Arthur Hayes Sulzberger. The cover arrangements were part of a General Times policy to provide assistance to the CIA whenever possible. In addition, Sulzberger was a close friend of CIA Director Alan Dulles. Bernstein's reporting also showed that during the 1950s, the CIA conducted a formal training program to instruct its agents to function as newsmen. Quote, these were the guys who went through the ranks and were told, you're going to be a journalist, one CIA official told Bernstein. Bernstein also reported that the CIA's former director Alan Dulles and close friend Henry Luce, the founder of Time and Life magazine, regularly allowed members of his staff to work for the CIA. Several other revelations came out in 1977, including Sig Mickelson, former head of CBS, admitting that he had often worked with the intelligence community in the 1950s.
At CBS, we had been contacted by the CIA. As a matter of fact, by the time I became the head of the whole News and Public Affairs operation in 1954, ships had been established, and I was told about them and asked if I'd carry on with them.
Additionally, the Times reported that, quote, dozens of English and foreign language publications around the world have been owned, subsidized, or influenced in some way by the CIA over the past 3 decades as part of a global propaganda network maintained by the agency. Perhaps even more damaging, William Colby admitted that some American networks had unwittingly repeated false stories planted by the CIA. The CIA claimed the practice of using journalists to distribute stories had ended in 1973. However, in July 1996, the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence held a hearing regarding public policy on the CIA's possible use of journalists, clergy, or Peace Corps. The director of the CIA at the time, John Deutsch, wanted to change regulations prohibiting the use of journalists, clergy, and missionaries, and the Peace Corps abroad to perform political intelligence operations. A New York Times article from February 1996 notes that Deutsch was questioned about reports that the CIA had secretly waived 1977 regulations in extraordinarily rare occasions and used journalistic or media cover for intelligence activities overseas. CIA officials declined to acknowledge whether members of church leadership have been used as CIA assets as well. Interestingly, the Times article notes that the controversy over the CIA's use of non-diplomatic covers came after recommendations by a task force sponsored by the Council on Foreign Relations. The task force called for ending legal and policy restraints that limit the CIA's use of such non-diplomatic covers as journalists and members of clergy. The reason this connection is interesting is because only 3 years earlier, in 1993, Richard Harwood, journalist and former editor of the Washington Post, wrote a powerful article titled Ruling Class Journalists, in which he outlines how the American corporate mainstream media serves the agenda of the ruling class. Harwood doesn't focus his column on the US intelligence agencies, which are using the media to spread various types of propaganda. Instead, Harwood discusses the connection between the American media and the Council on Foreign Relations. Harwood writes, quote, "In its 70-year history, the quarterly journal, Foreign Affairs, has had but 5 editors. The 5th, recently appointed, is James Hogue, former publisher of the New York Daily News, and before that, editor of the Chicago Sun-Times. The quarterly is published by the Council on Foreign Relations, whose members are the nearest thing we have to a ruling establishment and the United States. The President is a member, so is his Secretary of State, the Deputy Secretary of State, all 5 of the Undersecretaries, several of the Assistant Secretaries, and the Department's legal advisor. The President's National Security Advisor and his deputy are members. The Director of Central Intelligence, like all previous directors, and the Chairman of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board are members." Harwood goes on to note that many leading figures of American political life were members of the Council on Foreign Relations, including Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Cyrus Vance, McGeorge Bundy, Governor Mario Cuomo, and so on. In later chapters of this series, we will return to the topic of the Council on Foreign Relations and how non-governmental organizations, think tanks, and nonprofits also play a role in the pyramid of power. The point is that the media around the world are not only influenced by corporate dollars and interests, but they are often a tool for disseminating intelligence community propaganda and promoting the agenda of the ruling class. Despite the promises of ending collaboration between spy agencies and journalists, as recently as 2014, the CIA was caught collaborating with the journalists from the LA Times. The rise of independent media. Due to the consistent failures of the corporate media and the glaring bias, the public has developed a thirst for unfiltered, honest reporting that is not often found on TV and radio networks. The internet helped accelerate the rise of an independent or alternative media where citizen journalists, activists, self-taught reporters, and social media commentators compete directly with the corporate media. The internet also saw the launch of hundreds of thousands of new websites that do not fit into the traditional media hierarchy. In the mid-2000s, with the emergence of YouTube and other popular social media networks, the alternative media was able to outpace the mainstream media and reach the masses at an unprecedented rate. By the 2010s, a growing ecosystem of alternative media websites, channels, podcasts, and reporters began to materialize. Some outlets eschewed the glitz and glamour of the corporate media in favor of reports broadcast in living rooms and from the streets. Other outlets aimed to recreate the professionalism of the mainstream while retaining a willingness to question all angles. Unfortunately, the decentralized nature of the internet has been forsaken in favor of centralized institutions which offer search engines, social media, and other internet services. The vast majority of the public use Google, Facebook, and YouTube to learn about the world around them. These folks mistakenly assume that they are seeing everything that is available on the internet. As we will detail in our upcoming chapter on big tech, this is far from true. After the 2016 US presidential election, many independent outlets and journalists from across the political spectrum faced another attack in the form of the fake news movement.
You are fake news.
First popularized by Donald Trump, the fake news label was quickly used to attack any outlets that did not parrot the mainstream version of events surrounding the 2016 election. One by one, independent media websites and pages were labeled fake news or Russian disinformation. and subsequently deleted from various social media platforms. Since that time, the social media landscape has shifted even further with the use of corporate fact-checkers and banning of certain topics altogether. Another way the pyramid of power maintains influence is through purchasing and/or funding of so-called new media companies which attempt to portray themselves as independent and are typically marketed towards a younger audience. Despite the slick presentation and the use of a younger, diverse crowd as reporters, these companies are merely a rebranding of the same propaganda distributed by the billionaires, corporations, and intelligence agencies. Some of these companies include Vice Media, Vox Media, and BuzzFeed. The intelligence agencies' attempt to manipulate and influence public opinion goes beyond hiring journalists. According to one of the documents leaked by Edward Snowden, the British government maintains software for online persona management. The British Government Communications Headquarters, the GCHQ, operates an elite unit known as the Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group, or JTRIG. The documents outline tactics employed by the agency, including ways to manipulate public opinion, understand human thinking and behavior, and encourage conformity. One of the reports from 2011 outlines JTRIG's tactics, including uploading YouTube videos containing persuasive communications, starting Facebook groups and Twitter accounts, and creating fake online personalities and supporters to discredit, promote distrust, dissuade, deter, delay, or disrupt. The unit uses social media campaigns to encourage and foster obedience and conformity. Both the British intelligence and the US intelligence community desire to promote obedience and conformity within the public. They aim to keep the public propagandized, distracted, misinformed, and fighting amongst ourselves. The billionaires use their media outlets and their friends in government to keep the public blissfully unaware of their efforts to gain power and wealth. Thankfully, there are solutions. Even with the censorship and outright deleting of alternative media journalists and outlets, there are some solutions available. For starters, more and more mainstream journalists are opting to leave behind the corporate world and join the independent media in the interest of reporting factual, investigative journalism. The last decade has seen Amber Lyon leave CNN, Cheryl Atkinson leave CBS, Glenn Greenwald leave The Guardian for The Intercept, and then leave The Intercept to go completely independent. Another mainstream journalist turned independent reporter is Ben Swann, a former anchor for CBS Atlanta who left after facing censorship for his reporting. I recently spoke with Ben Swann about what he sees as the failures of the mainstream media, including the idea that journalists cannot have opinions.
Well, the idea that journalists don't have opinions is absolutely false, right? And that's obvious. It's obvious. Human nature says every human is going to have opinions on things. Actually, this is a kind of a misleading concept that's been pushed by companies like CNN for a long time. It's what Glenn Greenwald calls the view to nowhere, right? Which is, I'm the subjective journalist. I don't have an opinion. I don't know anything. I just report what I see. But that's a robot, right? That's not a person. And so what is a more honest way of handling it is to say, you know what? I do have an opinion, and if I'm upfront about my opinions, so obviously I'm very libertarian in my views, I believe in individual freedom, individual liberties, I'm very upfront about that, so you know where I'm coming from. However, it's not important whether or not you have an opinion. It's important whether or not you take the facts of a story and you twist them to meet your opinion, or you twist them to fit what you already have as a preconceived notion. I believe that as journalists, that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is saying we'll go wherever the facts lead us in a story, but obviously we're going to have opinions on things.
Swann and other former mainstream journalists have not only abandoned traditional media outlets. Many have begun using alternative social media platforms and websites to broadcast their video reports and articles. Glenn Greenwald and journalist Matt Taibbi have begun using independent service Substack to publish their reports, while Swann has launched his own video service, Ice.media, to report freely without being censored by social media companies and search engines.
Pushback against the social purge taking place on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Google.
Additionally, there are a number of alternative social media sites and video hosting platforms that have begun to offer a censorship-free experience for those who desire an unfiltered social media and news platform. Sites like BitChute, LBRY, Minds, Float, and Hive offer content creators options for overcoming the mainstream media dominance. As consumers of the media, we have the opportunity to support websites and platforms that provide fair coverage of important events. As Ben Swann noted, this doesn't mean news media that has no opinion or bias. Rather, it's the expectation that the media will trust the viewer to consume content from a wide range of opinions and views and make up their own mind. The answer is for each of us to make a conscious decision to unplug from state-run propaganda networks and online platforms that attempt to make up your mind for you. The answer is to support independent media organizations and journalists who do the vital work of dissecting the world around us and presenting the facts to the public. Only by consciously choosing to support true independent media that is not funded by billionaires, corporations, and spy agencies can we possibly hope to preserve a free media that will empower and educate the public. To learn more about the control and manipulation of the media, we recommend reading Noam Chomsky's Manufacturing of Consent and Ben Bakdickian's The New Media Monopoly. Chapter 3: Big Tech. By now, most viewers will be familiar with the well-publicized problems of social media. It's purposefully addictive, produces jealousy, insecurity, and depression in some people, and the big socials sell your data for a profit. Despite the growing awareness of these problems, companies like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube are still some of the most widely used platforms in the world. Billions of people download these apps and use them to stay informed about the world, or so they believe. While these issues are absolutely worrisome, they are not the only issues we should be concerned about. To understand the role social media plays in the pyramid of power, we need to understand the origins of social media. More specifically, we need to understand the origins of the big tech giants behind social media. The big tech companies are the largest and most dominant companies in the information technology industry of the United States, namely Amazon, Apple, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft. Alternatively, there are other labels such as FANG, which refers to the 5 prominent American tech companies: Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google, or Alphabet Inc., Google's parent company. The point is that these companies dominate information technology in most of the world and shape the direction of the various markets they operate in. Amazon dominates the e-commerce online sales market, as well as AI smart assistants and smart speakers. Apple and Google share a monopoly on cell phones. Google, of course, claims the title of leading online search engine for most of the world, as well as top video sharing with YouTube and top online mapping and navigation with Google Maps. Microsoft dominates the operating systems market, shares the cloud computing market with Amazon, and is highly influential in the video game industry via their Xbox system. Facebook is known for being one of the top 3 companies in digital advertising, which they gain through their social networks. They also dominate image sharing with Instagram and messaging with WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger. In fact, big tech's growth in wealth and influence over the last decade has surpassed the wealth and influence of the big media companies we covered in Chapter 2. So where did these companies come from, and are they influencing our world for ill or for good? The basic narrative, we are told, is that the big tech companies were started by brilliant men, mostly in California, and the area now commonly known as Silicon Valley. Through their hard work and determination, these companies were able to rise from the garages and college dorms to become the giants we know them as today. There's just one problem. This version of events is cartoonish at best and an outright deception at worst. It's important to understand that nearly every big tech tool you use today was funded, in part, by the US intelligence community and supported in various ways by the US government itself. The rise of the big tech companies is not a fairy tale of free market success, but rather a dark and disturbing story of corporate welfare and deep ties to the intelligence community. In fact, most of the digital tools you use, including cell phones, GPS, and the internet itself, started out as tools for the military. These tools were designed by the US Department of Defense under the direction of the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, or DARPA, the Big Tech Intelligence Complex. What we know as the Internet, or the World Wide Web, was first developed by the military as the ARPANET. One of the best sources for the true origins of big tech is the book Surveillance Valley by researcher Yasha Levine. In his groundbreaking book, Levine outlines the role that the military and intelligence apparatus played in advancing these tools from being used exclusively by the military to being used by millions of people around the world.
Back then, people understood what this technology was about. Going back to as early as 1969, which is the first year that the ARPANET was turned on. So the ARPANET was turned on in 1969. That same year, there was huge protests in MIT against the ARPANET. And there were these pamphlets and booklets passed out on campus talking about the ARPANET as the beginning of this surveillance network that was going to allow what they called Washington's policemen to better manage the world and to control the world. And so it was obvious to people almost half a century ago what this network was, and we've sort of lost it. You know, it had been really successfully rebranded starting in the 1980s and 1990s into something utopian, whereas it wasn't that before.
In 2017, a former director of the National Science Foundation shed more light when he published an article exploring the true founding of Google. Quote, "The research arms of the CIA and NSA hoped that the best computer science minds in academia could identify what they called birds of a feather. Just as geese fly together in large V shapes, or flocks of sparrows make sudden movements together in harmony, they predicted that like-minded groups of humans would move together online. Their research aim was to track digital fingerprints inside the rapidly expanding global information network, which was then known as the World Wide Web. Could an entire world of digital information be organized so that requests humans made inside such a network might be tracked and sorted? Could their queries be linked and ranked in order of importance? Could birds of a feather be identified inside this sea of information so that communities and groups could be tracked in an organized way?" Jeff Nesbitt goes on to describe how Sergey Brin and Larry Page, the ostensible founders of Google, were originally funded through, quote, "through an unclassified, highly compartmentalized program that was managed for the CIA and the NSA by large military and intelligence contractors. It was called the Massive Digital Data Systems Project. Eventually, the research by Brin and Page under these grants became the heart of Google's search engine." Nesbitt writes, quote, "The intelligence community, however, saw a slightly different benefit in their research. Could the network be organized so efficiently that individual users could be uniquely identified and tracked?" In 2014, more details emerged regarding the relationship between Sergey Brin, former Google executive Eric Schmidt, and the National Security Agency. A Freedom of Information Act request revealed that Brin and Schmidt were on a first-name basis with then NSA Chief General Keith Alexander. Additionally, Google was part of a, quote, "secretive government initiative known as the Enduring Security Framework," and this initiative involved Silicon Valley partnering with the Pentagon and U.S. intelligence community to share information at network speed. The connections between Google and the intelligence firms that have spent decades spying on the public, infiltrating the public school system, and establishment media also involve the CIA's venture capital firm, In-Q-Tel. For example, we know that the software that would become Google Earth was born out of technology originally developed by the company Keyhole Incorporated, which itself had a close relationship with the U.S. intelligence community. However, Google was not the only big tech firm who maintained a relationship with In-Q-Tel. Facebook executives also had close ties to CIA venture capital firm In-Q-Tel. Journalist James Corbett reports.
Publicly, In-Q-Tel markets itself as an innovative way to leverage the power of the private sector by identifying key emerging technologies and providing companies with the funding to bring those technologies to market. In reality, however, what In-Q-Tel represents is a dangerous blurring of the lines between the public and private sectors in a way that makes it difficult to tell where the American intelligence community ends and the IT sector begins.
Two of the names that come up most often in connection with In-Q-Tel, however, need no introduction: Google and Facebook. The publicly available record on the Facebook In-Q-Tel connection is tenuous. Facebook received $12.7 million in venture capital from Accel, whose manager, James Breyer, now sits on their board. He was formerly the chairman of the National Venture Capital Association, whose board included Gilman Louie, then the CEO of In-Q-Tel. The connection is indirect, but the suggestion of CIA involvement with Facebook, however tangential, is disturbing in the light of Facebook's history of violating the privacy of its users.
Around the time Facebook was launched, a similarly themed government project was coming to an end. LifeLog was a project of the Information Processing Techniques Office of DARPA, designed, quote, "to be able to trace the threads of an individual's life in terms of events, states, and relationships, with the ability to take in all of a subject's experiences from phone numbers dialed and email messages viewed to every breath taken, steps made, and place gone." USA Today reported that, quote, "cameras and microphones would capture what the user sees or hears. Sensors would record what he or she feels. Global positioning satellites would log every movement. Biomedical sensors would monitor vital signs. Emails, instant messages, web-based transactions, telephone calls, and voicemails would all be stored. Mail and faxes would be scanned. Links to every radio and television broadcast heard and every newspaper, magazine, book, website, or database seen would be recorded." DARPA contractors stated that LifeLog software, quote, "will be able to find meaningful patterns in the timetable to infer the user's routines, habits, and relationships with other people, organizations, places, and objects." Ultimately, the program was abandoned because of surveillance fears. On February 4, 2004, Wired magazine reported that the Pentagon was abandoning the LifeLog project. Ironically, this is the exact day that Mark Zuckerberg launched his first iteration of Facebook. LifeLog's creator Douglas Gage recently told Motherboard he feels that in many ways, Facebook has accomplished the goals of LifeLog. Quote, "I think that Facebook is the real face of pseudo-LifeLog at this point. I generally avoid using Facebook, only occasionally logging in to see what everyone is up to, and I have never liked anything." Another important note regarding social media and intelligence agencies relates to the 2013 revelations by Edward Snowden. According to one of the documents leaked by Edward Snowden, the British government maintains software for online persona management. The British government communications headquarters operates an elite unit known as the Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group. The documents outline tactics employed by the agency, including ways to manipulate public opinion, understand human thinking and behavior, and encourage conformity. One of the reports from 2011 outlines J-Trig's tactics, including uploading YouTube videos containing persuasive communications, starting Facebook groups and Twitter accounts, and creating fake online personalities and supporters to, quote, discredit, promote distrust, dissuade, deter, delay, or disrupt. The unit used social media campaigns to encourage and foster obedience and conformity. The British intelligence and the US intelligence community both desire to promote obedience and conformity within the public. They use social media to keep the public propagandized, distracted, misinformed, and fighting amongst themselves. We could go on to detail the intelligence connections and partnerships between Facebook, Apple, Google, and Amazon, but the point is that the origins of the big tech firms which control information technology are much different from what is promoted in the mainstream. These companies have directly and indirectly benefited from the financial investments of the US military and intelligence sectors. They have also shown a willingness to share user data with law enforcement. These big tech firms are also furthering the all-pervasive surveillance state. Not only are Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon tracking your habits on and offline, they are profiting from that knowledge. With the growth of AI smart assistants and speakers like Amazon Echo, Google's Nest, Apple's Siri, and other devices, millions of people around the world are welcoming the surveillance state into their homes. Amazon is well known for their online marketplace, but less people are aware that the big tech firm has been developing facial recognition software called Rekognition. Amazon has marketed the facial recognition tools to police departments in the United States, claiming that the software will allow real-time surveillance using body cameras. In 2018, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the American Civil Liberties Union, Human Rights Watch, the Freedom of the Press Foundation, and nearly 40 other organizations filed a lawsuit demanding that Amazon cease providing law enforcement access to surveillance technology. The EFF stated, "Amazon has been heavily marketing this tool, called Rekognition, to law enforcement, and it's already being used by agencies in Florida and Oregon. This system affords the government vast and dangerous surveillance powers, and it poses a threat to the privacy and freedom of communities across the country. That includes many of Amazon's own customers, who represent more than 75% of US online consumers." In 2020, Amazon was reportedly talking with the police department from Jackson, Mississippi, to connect their Ring doorbell cameras to a 24-hour surveillance center operated by the police. The Jackson Police Surveillance Center would conduct a 45-day pilot program to live stream the security cameras of participating residents, including a direct line to residents' Amazon Ring doorbell cameras. By June 2020, Amazon announced it was implementing a one-year moratorium on police use of Rekognition in response to the George Floyd protests. However, in February 2021, documents revealed that the Los Angeles Police Department had already used the Ring doorbell cameras to monitor activists. The Big Tech Military-Industrial Complex. In 2020, the public became aware of the true power wielded by the big tech companies that run the popular social media platforms. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Google, and Amazon all sought to downrank, shadow ban, delete, and/or ban information that went against the accepted narratives for COVID-19, the 2020 election, and basically any other topic deemed controversial. While many people chose to frame this attack on free expression as an attack on conservatives or the right wing, the reality is that prominent left-wing pages and channels also suffered the same fate because they also committed the cardinal sin of social media, asking questions and making claims not accepted by the so-called authorities. In short, if you ask too many questions and did not parrot the mainstream right or left-wing positions, it's highly likely you will find yourself demonetized or banned altogether. Some folks incorrectly argue that big tech is made up of private companies which have the freedom to decide what goes on their platforms. This argument ignores the wealth of evidence indicating the close relationship between big tech and US intelligence, as well as the seed funding received by many of the companies. Essentially, these companies would not be as monolithic as they are without the support of the government. They are hardly a representation of free market economics. Which brings us to the final point. These big tech firms often serve the purpose of reinforcing a particular narrative that is beneficial to the US government and intelligence community. It's no mistake that the pages and channels which have been removed have often been those which expose the US war machine, the violence of police, and overall, the lies of the US government. Although most of the public was unaware, the attacks on independent journalism and free voices began in earnest immediately after the election of Donald Trump in November 2016. The media began promoting story after story, claiming that government insiders had evidence that the Russians interfered with the US elections by propagating fake news stories that favored Trump and attacked Hillary Clinton. The Washington Post and other mouthpieces for the establishment ran with a report from the organization Prop or Not, which claimed to identify websites that were spreading fake news and possibly working as Russian propagandists. The list contained many well-known American alternative media sites, including Activist Post, Mint Press News, the Free Thought Project, and the Anti-Media. Although Trump popularized the fake news meme, it was very quickly used to demonize alternative and independent media who did not fall in line with the Russian narrative. The rise of the fake news meme had immediate repercussions for the alternative media. Many sites lost access to Google Ads for revenue generation, others were shadow banned on Facebook and Twitter, while others were cut off from payment processors like PayPal and Patreon. The relationship between the military-industrial complex and Facebook was made even more clear in May 2018 when Facebook announced a new partnership with the Atlantic Council, a think tank which officially claims to provide a forum for international political, business, and intellectual leaders. The social media giant said the partnership was aimed at preventing Facebook from, quote, being abused during elections. The press release promoted Facebook's effort to fight fake news by using artificial intelligence, as well as working with outside experts and governments. The Atlantic Council of the United States was established in 1961 to bolster support for international relations. Although not officially connected to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, the Atlantic Council has spent decades promoting causes and issues which are beneficial to NATO member states. In addition, the Atlantic Council is a member of the Atlantic Treaty Association, an umbrella organization which acts as a network facilitator in the Euro-Atlantic and beyond. The ATA works similarly to the Atlantic Council, bringing together political leaders, academics, military officials, journalists, and diplomats to promote values that are favorable to the NATO member states. Officially, ATA is independent of NATO, but the line between the two is razor thin. Essentially, the Atlantic Council is a think tank which can offer companies or nation states access to military officials, politicians, journalists, and diplomats to help them develop a plan to implement their strategy or vision. These strategies often involve getting NATO governments or industry insiders to make decisions they might not have made without a visit from the Atlantic Council team. This allows individuals or nations to push forth their ideas under the cover of hiring what appears to be a public relations agency, but what is actually selling access to high-profile individuals with power to affect public policy. Everyone from George H.W. Bush to Bill Clinton have spoken at or attended council events. Clearly, despite what Facebook says, this partnership will further align the goals of Facebook with the Western military-industrial complex. This was made evident in October 2018 when Facebook announced that they were unpublishing or purging over 500 pages and 200 accounts who were accused of spreading political spam. Several of these pages and writers were also removed from Twitter on the same day. In a blog post, Facebook wrote, "Today we're removing 559 pages and 251 accounts that have consistently broken our rules against spam and coordinated inauthentic behavior." Facebook states that the people behind this alleged spam, quote, create networks of pages using fake accounts or multiple accounts with the same name and post the same clickbait posts in dozens of Facebook groups. This action by Facebook became known as the Purge of 2018 and was only the first of many to come. With Facebook and other big tech firms developing a revolving door relationship between the military-industrial complex, it's highly likely that anti-establishment voices will continue to be stifled. Now that we understand the big tech firms are cartels of information technology with deep ties to the US intelligence community and military who sell their users' data and manipulate their emotions, It's time to figure out what we are going to do about these problems. Solutions. Better tech. The solutions for dealing with big tech are deceptively simple. Boycott them. It's as simple and difficult as that. If we each consciously choose to deny Facebook, Google, Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft our data and our money, we can limit the ways they affect our lives. So what does boycotting big tech look like? Let's start with social media. Right now, in this moment, you can choose to leave Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter. You can starve them of your data and instead choose to participate with and support companies that do not steal or sell your data or collaborate with the US military-industrial complex. There are better alternatives, including Float.app, Odyssey, Minds, Junto, PeerTube, Element, Matrix, and many others. These platforms don't have all the content you might be accustomed to seeing on the big tech sites, but the sooner we encourage people to exit from these platforms and support better alternatives, the sooner we will see the content we know and love. What about getting away from big tech email, storage, maps, and other digital services? Again, there are alternatives to each of these which do not share your data with advertisers or governments. We are including some helpful links in the transcript to this documentary for anyone who seeks this information. The simple fact is that you have to make an effort to get away from big tech. It will inevitably involve changes to your lifestyle and habits. When it comes to cell phones and computer operating systems, it can be a bit more difficult and expensive to find alternatives, but they do exist. The Linux operating system has been offering consumers a non-Microsoft experience for decades, and recent years have seen the growth of cell phones which do not have Google or Apple built in. Again, we have included some tips for those seeking to move beyond the big tech paradigm. Thankfully, there are also literally hundreds of thousands of developers working on decentralized technologies, including decentralized versions of the internet itself, which have the potential to free the people from the grips of big tech. With time, the people will have more options to choose from, and the monopolistic control of our digital lives will come to an end. For those interested in diving deeper into this topic, we recommend reading Surveillance Valley from Yasha Levine, as well as the 2017 investigation by Jeff Nesbitt. We also recommend watching the documentary, The Secrets of Silicon Valley, from the Corbett Report. Chapter 4: The Hollywood Military Intelligence Complex. Our first attempts to understand the influence of various institutions and individuals on our world has focused on the education system, the establishment media, and big tech firms. Each of these pieces of the pyramid of power have an immense influence on the minds and decisions of people around the world. However, no other institution may have the impact of the US film industry. As we outlined in Chapter 2, the US intelligence communities have largely infected and influenced mainstream establishment media since the 1950s. This frightening trend continues with the relationship between the film industry and the US military and Central Intelligence Agency. In the early 20th century, film studios began centering their efforts around Southern California and the area that would come to be known as Hollywood. From the very outset, the US Department of Defense and intelligence community developed an interest in using the film industry as a method for shaping public opinion. Some of the first collaborations between Hollywood and the US military involved pro-World War II propaganda films like Winning Your Wings. During World War II, the US Office of War Information opened the Bureau of Motion Pictures to further their relationships with Hollywood. Between 1942 and 1945, this bureau reviewed more than 1,600 scripts and revised or abandoned projects that portrayed the US government in a bad light. According to Tanner Merlis, an associate professor of communication at Ontario Tech University and author of Hearts and Minds, the head of the Office of War Information, Elmer Davis, stated, quote, "The easiest way to inject a propaganda idea into most people's minds is to let it go through the medium of an entertainment picture when they do not realize they are being propagandized." Other historic examples of propaganda in film include the John Wayne film, The Green Berets. The film was made after Wayne personally requested US President Lyndon Johnson to help him make a propaganda film about the Vietnam War. Most disturbing is the fact that the film depicted the North Vietnamese committing violent atrocities which in reality were committed by American soldiers.
This is yet another example of the US government and Hollywood shaping reality for the ignorant mass consumer. The US military is not the only government agency to develop a close relationship with Hollywood. From its founding in 1947, the US CIA was involved in shaping the direction of films in a way that portrayed the agency in a positive manner or sought to remove negative associations. The CIA's predecessor, the Office of Strategic Services, or OSS, had already developed a knack for Hollywood films that glorified the work of the agency with films like OSS and Cloak and Dagger. After World War II, the Department of Defense developed the first entertainment liaison offices to act as conduits for US government messaging to Hollywood studios. The CIA did not publicly establish a similar office until 1996. Much of the partnership between Hollywood and the government centered around authorizing the use of military locations and access to equipment in exchange for giving the government some level of control over the final scripts. Researcher Tom Secker uncovered a 1958 memo on films for counterintelligence training involving screenings of the films The Man Who Never Was and Walk East on Beacon. The memo makes it clear that some of the Hollywood films were being used to train new recruits. Secker has also helped reveal other astounding connections between the entertainment industry and the intelligence community. In 1996, a CIA officer named Chase Brandon was hired to work directly with the Hollywood studios to rehabilitate the agency's image. Chase Brandon is also the first cousin of actor Tommy Lee Jones. Chase Brandon told The Guardian, quote, "We've always been portrayed erroneously as evil and Machiavellian. It took us a long time to support projects that portray us in the light we want to be seen." Some of Chase Brandon's work involves well-known films like the 2002 Tom Clancy political thriller The Sum of All Fears, starring Ben Affleck. The CIA gave Affleck and the filmmakers a personal tour of CIA headquarters and provided access to analysts. Chase Brandon visited the set to provide advice. He was also a regular on the set of TV show Alias, starring Affleck's then-wife, Jennifer Garner, as Sydney Bristow, an undercover agent. Garner herself would go on to film a promotional video for the CIA. In 2017, Tom Secker and Matthew Alford, professor at University of Bath, released their book National Security Cinema, providing conclusive evidence of the massive influence the US intelligence and military have exerted on Hollywood. The book is based on files obtained via open records request, which detail how the Department of Defense offered support to more than 800 films between 1911 and 2017. These films include some of the biggest pictures of their time: Transformers, Iron Man, Pirates of the Caribbean, Mission Impossible, and The Terminator. When it comes to the Transformers franchise, the DoD paid the filmmakers to gain, quote, very early influence over the scripts by giving them the most military assistance in filmmaker history, including 12 types of Air Force aircraft and troops from 4 different bases. National Security Cinema also details how more than 1,100 TV productions received backing from the Pentagon. The vast majority of these took place after 9/11, including Flight 93, Ice Road Truckers, Army Wives, 24, Homeland, and The Agency. The CIA has helped with around 60 film and TV productions since 1947. In 2017, Matthew Alford concluded, quote, "When we include individual episodes for long-running TV shows like 24, Homeland, and NCIS, as well as the influence of other major organizations like the FBI and White House, we can establish unequivocally for the first time that the national security state has supported thousands of hours of entertainment." The practice of military or intelligence advisors on Hollywood films is more common than the average consumer of film might realize. In fact, even famed CIA whistleblower John Kiriakou made a living on the side by advising Hollywood. Kiriakou served on a board made up of former CIA officers, diplomats, and FBI agents who reviewed scripts about spies or terrorism to make them more realistic. However, the relationship is not simply about advising filmmakers about how to paint the US government in a favorable light. At the heart of it, the relationship helps reinforce so-called national security interests as well as shape public opinion on historic events. According to the documents, the US government has influenced movies in 3 distinct eras: 1943 to 1965, 1966 to 1986, and 1986 to the present. In the first era, film versions of George Orwell's Animal Farm in 1984 were directly affected by the CIA. During this period, a man named Luigi Larachi was the head of censorship at Paramount Studios, where he was in regular contact with an anonymous individual at the CIA. The purpose of the contact was to inform the CIA of the studio's ability and desire to change movies to meet US government expectations. For example, a 1955 film, Strategic Air Command, was changed so Americans did not appear as, quote, a lot of trigger-happy warmongering people. In 1986, the movie Top Gun started the modern era of military and intelligence influence in Hollywood films. The film served as a successful promotional film for the US Navy, with enlistment for naval aviators jumping 500%. The authors of National Security Cinema believe this success caused the CIA to update its strategy for influencing the public via films. A list of films which received advice and/or support, as well as script changes, includes The Bourne Identity, The Sum of All Fears, The Recruit, Avatar, Charlie Wilson's War, Contact, Hotel Rwanda, The Interview, The Kingdom, Lone Survivor, and Rules of Engagement. In 2016, Professor Tricia Jenkins published leaked private menus as part of her book, The CIA in Hollywood: How the Agency Shapes Film and Television. These memos show that, among others, the Osama bin Laden assassination movie Zero Dark 30 and the film Argo were heavily influenced by government officials to make the government look impressive or to downplay their mistakes. As part of the arrangement with the makers of Argo, Ben Affleck was allowed to visit CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. Other actors who have visited CIA HQ include Robert De Niro, Tom Cruise, Dan Aykroyd, Dean Cain, Will Smith, Claire Danes, Kevin Bacon, Patrick Stewart, and Mike Myers.
Charlie Wilson's War is a really good example where they maintain the idea that, are we really doing the right thing by arming the Mujahideen, the forerunners of the Al-Qaeda terrorist organization in Afghanistan in the 1980s? They kind of question that in a kind of jokey way, like the last caption in the film Charlie Wilson's War is something like, we came, we saw, but then we mucked up the end game, or some joke. It's like, no, that's not what you did actually, and you know it because the original script and the original book that you base this on doesn't say that. You armed terrorists in a really horrific conflict. It's the whole organization behind it at a systematic level.
The Department of Defense has expensive toys. They have submarines, they have aircraft carriers, they have tanks, and they have the personnel to operate each of those things. So if a filmmaker wants to make a war movie, they often will approach the Department of Defense and basically ask to borrow that equipment. And the Department of Defense will say, maybe, but can I see your script? And they will either say, this is great, we love the way that the military is portrayed in this, we will go ahead and collaborate with you. Or they may say, we hate the way that we're portrayed and refuse to participate.
The most recent example of the US military seeking to influence the public's perception via films came in early 2021 when it was revealed that the US Marine Corps played an integral role in the development of James Cameron's Avatar. Nearly 1,700 pages of documents released by the Corps' Entertainment Media Liaison Office show this relationship in action. An April 2009 report details how Hollywood liaison officers met with director and writer James Cameron. Avatar was interpreted by some critics as an anti-war film, using the alien planet as a metaphor for the US military's treatment of indigenous Americans or Iraqis. However, the documents reveal that the military viewed the film as a propaganda success, including having entertainment liaison officers invited to speak on a military panel at Comic-Con in 2011. The military liked the film so much, they arranged screenings on military bases and had actors and producers participate in a Navy entertainment program visit. Despite the wealth of information that is now available, the public is still largely in the dark about the true extent of military and intelligence involvement in the film industry. Matthew Alford has said that the Marine Corps admitted there are 90 boxes of materials in its archive. Quote, the government has seemed especially careful to avoid writing down details of actual changes made to scripts in the 21st century. What is important to take note of is the power of film and TV to shape public opinion. Researcher Tricia Jenkins notes that one of the reasons the CIA and the military desire to be involved in major films like Zero Dark 30 is because they recognize that the public will largely form their opinions of real-world events based on the fictional Hollywood retelling. In December 2019, former CIA officer turned Democrat representative Alyssa Slotkin was questioned about her favorite CIA films, and she candidly acknowledged that the CIA was helping Hollywood understand the truth about the CIA.
I mean, some movies are just total craziness and don't represent reality at all. And actually, the CIA has a whole office that will help Hollywood understand how to portray what really goes on.
Sometimes script changes requested by the government can be subtle. Like when Trisha Jenkins says the US government requested the script for the 1996 film Independence Day be changed so that the protagonist worked for the military rather than as civilians. The change is slight, but the message being delivered to the public is powerful. The military, the US government, they are the heroes. They are to be trusted and idolized. These films can reinforce the narrative that the US government and its various agencies are the authorities that care about us and can do no wrong. If the public continues to consume television and film without understanding the US military and spy agencies played a role in the finished product, they will continue to be influenced and miseducated under the guise of watching harmless entertainment. Solutions. Unplug from the Hollywood military intelligence complex. The solutions to the Hollywood military intelligence complex are simple. The easiest solution for those who seek to cleanse their minds of potential propaganda from the US military, intelligence agencies, and other pieces of the pyramid of power is to simply unplug. Unplug from the Hollywood military intelligence complex by refusing to consume their propaganda. This might be extreme for some people, but for others, it will be the appropriate solution. At the very least, take the time to become the one in control of your heart and mind. To do this, you must begin to question your assumptions and knowledge. Stop to ask yourself how much of your worldview has been consciously or subconsciously shaped by what you have witnessed on television and in movies since you were a child. The more you dig and probe, you might come to realize that Hollywood has been shaping our thoughts since most of us were children and watched our first Disney movie. For example, maybe your perspective on how a mother and father are supposed to interact was heavily influenced by the sitcoms you watched as a child. Or perhaps your views on how a couple are supposed to act when they fall in love, or what clothes and styles and music are popular, were all shaped by the images flashed before your eyes on the small and big screens. The point is, the more in tune you are with your own preferences and thoughts, the more you can consume this content with a skeptical eye. This doesn't mean you can never enjoy a movie or TV show again, but it does mean you are better served by watching with discernment rather than blindly soaking it up. If we aim to be free from propaganda aimed at feeding us a biased version of history, culture, or simply selling us a product, we must take steps to reclaim our hearts and minds. By making this effort, we can be free from the Hollywood propaganda, the big tech censorship, the establishment media, and the state-run education system. To continue your research into this topic, we recommend reading National Security Cinema, The Shocking New Evidence of Government Control in Hollywood, and The CIA in Hollywood, How the Agency Shapes Film and Television.
Autonomy. Join navigator Richard Grove, along with a passionate community of like-minded individuals, for a journey of self-discovery that will help you to unlock your limitless potential. Their 13-week course is enrolling now, so sign up today at getautonomy.info.
All right, great job, Derek. Way to go. Oh, can't hear you. Well, I'm pretty sure that's on there and we can't hear him. We can't hear you, Derek. If I'm not sure if you're going out to the stream. Behind the black curtain. No, we got nothing. He can hear me.
We'll take questions.
There he is.
There you go. We're going to take a couple questions.
Silence that guy. Hey, good job. I thought it was really well put together and a really smooth delivery. I've been watching documentaries, truther documentaries, for 20 years now. And a lot of times there's a lot of sensationalism and hyperbole. And it's like real in your face and like Alex Jones, endgame blueprint for global enslavement. That one conveyed some really heavy stuff, but I think it did so in a very consumable manner. And then at the end, it offers resources for diving deeper and then some solutions at the end. So good job. Really looking forward to seeing the rest of it. Woo! Yeah, what's the next piece? What's chapter 5?
So I'll just mention that a little bit before we get into the questions. I think you need to meet me over there. So the website is thepyramidofpower.net. If anybody wants to find the first 3 episodes, episode 4 will be released publicly on Friday, and that's going to conclude this month's season 1. Season 2, which will be the next 4, is going to come out in August or September, and basically every 3 to 4 months, we have 16 episodes planned that are basically progressively going through this pyramid. Some of that info might have been kind of 101 for some of you. It's definitely going to get a little deeper and more disturbing as we go through it, but it's all going to be like that, presented in a really digestible fashion.
That's great. Yeah, like an epic 2-hour documentary. People just tune out, but you can just pop them off in little 20 minutes.
It'll be 4
Well, I know,
hours
but
in
at
the
least
end.
it's not one sitting. I mean, we could do it in one sitting, but yeah, for the Netflix mind. All right, let's take some questions. Does anybody have any questions for the filmmaker, Derek Bros, or questions on any of the topics or anything? Yeah, I'd like to know. Come on down, Ernie. Ernest Hancock, ladies and gentlemen, the Obi-Wan of the Liberty Movement. Right over here. Obi-Wan Kenobi, ladies and gentlemen. Come on up. Come on, you're not shy.
Well, I didn't know where I was supposed to go. Derek, hey, happening, man. Okay, what I'm interested in is what movies are being done now. Now that we've gone from, what movies we have from the Trump era, then we got Biden coming in, and they're going to try and program us in the what is it, the high drama and dangerousness of working in a Wuhan lab or something. I mean, I'm wondering what the next movies are. We got Top Gun coming out again. We got a bunch of others. In your research, tell us what we can expect. And it's going to be UFO invasion. I just know it. So
that's the next.
So
Thanks,
I will
Ernie.
answer that. But thanks, Ernie. So like you mentioned, Top Gun is coming out with a part 2. I suspect that's probably just as much military propaganda as possible. There's a lot of these movies, The Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30, that they're literally rewriting history because a lot of people don't read books. They just watch a Hollywood movie, and especially if it's like based on a true story. They think they got the whole picture, and it's literally being programmed and paid for by military support. The other thing I will say, I didn't mention this in the documentary, but anybody seen that movie Songbird over the last year or seen the creepy trailer at least? If not, I recommend go looking up the trailer and you will be really creeped out. It came out last year in 2020, I think June. And you know how Hollywood movie productions take time, money, energy. They don't just made in a month or so. But this movie rolled out last summer called Songbird. Go look it up. And it's literally about a world where there's COVID-23 and there's these immunity bracelets you have, and the people who are sick, they get quarantined in their homes or taken away by the sanitation crew. And it just like follows this guy's story of trying to save one of his family members. But I mean, it's literal propaganda. And they claim that they made this film in about a month and were able to get it to production, editing, and release it into theaters all in that short amount of time while respecting COVID restrictions, of course. But I mean, to really believe that, I mean, and so what are the implications of what I'm saying? That means that that film had to be written already. That means that that film had to be in production already. It means that there was editors and people working on this. And then I don't know if any of them stopped and said, this is kind of similar to COVID-19, this film we're working on. Or I don't claim to know how it works, but absolutely, to Ernie's question, this hasn't stopped at all. I hope you guys took that away from everything. The media, technology, education system, and the Hollywood, they're still working in these ways to influence and get in our heads here. Anybody have questions here? And this, Johnny, you want to come?
Any other questions?
All right.
I'm curious what your experience was. Oh, sorry. I'm curious what your experience was in the Prussian education system. And what would you say to parents of children who can't afford to get out of the system? How would you tell them to, what would you tell them to say to their kids to think more critically about the information they're getting?
Okay, so that's a great question. So I will say I'm not a parent. I definitely recommend parents going to talk to Lainey Liberty about world schooling and unschooling and these kinds of things. He'll be speaking on Friday. But I will say, as a survivor of the public school system, I definitely think that, look, the reality is not everybody can homeschool. I've got family members working 6 days a week. It's either put them on the Zoom computer thing, which isn't a good thing, right? Just Zooming through public school, or go to school where, as I'm hearing from nieces and nephews, if they get too close to the kids on the recess, they come separate them. Make sure you're 6 feet apart. I mean, it sounds very traumatizing, even more than it was before COVID, but it's a realistic situation that not everybody can afford to pay a substitute or something. I think the answer is in the community, like we've been saying this whole week. And I mentioned in the documentary on that episode about pods, homeschooling pods. I think that's really the key, is that we need to get back to that tribe, that community, and help each other with resources. Because maybe one parent can't do it on their own, but maybe a collection of parents can help and come up with different resources and ideas. So, and I would say that despite all the propaganda I was fed in the education system, I was in advanced classes. I did all that kind of stuff, but I also recognized like this sort of innate feeling that something wasn't right. So I was the kid that got in a lot of trouble. I got in fights. I got arrested, but I still had all A's. I was just bored. I was just like, something's not right here. And now, 15, 20 years later, looking back and learning all these things, I feel like this is what my mind and body was telling me, is that this system, at least for me, wasn't conducive to the type of learning that I needed, and that I felt it innately, like something's wrong here. I think a lot of kids feel that.
Yeah, that's good. There's an intuitive disconnect there. I got in a lot of trouble too. I got kicked out of middle school and was in ALC and the little in-school suspension. And then I got kicked out of the in-school suspension and sent to the school with all the bad kids. And then I had to start, they make you like get through the first day. You have to follow all the rules on the first day, or you have to repeat the first day. I repeated the first day like 5 days in a row. I was like freestyling for all the gangsta kids in the class and stuff. I don't know. But yeah, it's all about shifting away and finding the alternatives and leveraging community in order to make that easier. I was thinking when watching the documentary, like, we need to get a bunch of little USB flash drives. Back in the day, we would do it on DVDs, and we would bust out the 9/11 Truth documentaries with these like 12 bay towers, and we just crank them out over at Brave New Books. But I don't think anyone even has DVD players these days. So now we can put them on little jump drives. So that'd be a great activism, just to go hand out the documentary on jump drives for everybody.
That is the plan. I will say this. Anybody who wants to in the long term, we'll probably put out something with all 16 of them together. But right now they're for free online. And if you want the download file, I'll upload them to a torrent site and put it out there. I'm not trying to make money off this. The reason I'm doing this, because I believe that, especially with everything going on right now, and more people are open-minded to questioning these things, this is kind of, like I said, a good starting place for people. So please do visit thepyramidofpower.net and ask your family and friends to check it out. I appreciate that, guys.
Cool. All right, we got any more questions? Any more questions for @DBrosLiveFree on Twitter? All right, cool. Tell us the website once again there, Derek.
It is thepyramidofpower.net.
Cool. Well, we definitely enjoyed it here in Central Texas. Give it up one more time for Derek Bros. Cool, cool. All right. Well, tomorrow we got another day, another theme. Technology is the big theme. Technology can go both ways. It can be enslaving, surveillance, big tech, or it could be decentralized, cryptocurrency, privacy, self-ownership. And we'll just let you guess which side we're leaning towards.
Tomorrow's all about how you should embrace big tech. That's what. No, I'm just joking. No, tomorrow we're excited though. This is going to be cool. I know Ramiro has a great talk. He's been staying up all night, every day, working on it. So please be sure to enjoy that. And we have lots of really talented speakers. We know that this is a controversial topic. I'll mention this briefly, that some folks feel very strongly about getting away from technology, like particularly like worried about crypto and worried about things like that. And we share those concerns. There are a lot of really crazy things going on, just like everything we showed in the documentary. those same people are trying to get in those spaces, and they want you to stay on the World Wide Web and the tracked internet and the tracked digital currency and all that stuff. But we're going to try to present some alternatives to that tomorrow. That is day 4, liberating technology. And then day 5, we have building community and relationships. And that's just going to be a packed, loaded day down. You guys can find the full schedule at the website. You can also still submit videos for the People's Reset contest. If you want a chance to win $500 in Bitcoin Cash, you can go vote for other people's videos on the website. And I think that's all I got today, John. What about you?
I want to strongly encourage folks in person here and in Zihuatanejo and that are watching globally to participate in the workshops that we're going to be doing. Derek mentioned them earlier. We got 5 hours of workshops. Ramiro, myself, Laney Liberty, and Dale Brown, Commander Dale Brown of the Detroit Threat Management Center will all be doing workshops. They're going to be in-depth. We're going to fire up Jitsi. Or we actually might do them on the stream, but they'll be interactive for participants, for the audience to participate. So we strongly encourage you to do that. A lot of the stuff that we've talked about here, we're going to dive deep. We're going to do Q&A. It's going to be a little more intimate. So we strongly encourage you to do that. You can go to thegreaterreset.org, thegreaterreset.org, and there under programs, you can register for the workshops. Make sure that you do it before Friday evening because we're going to cut off the sales there, and then we'll get you the secret special link for the folks that paid for a ticket that next evening or that evening and then the next morning. So again, these workshops, 5 hours of solid content, all geared towards how-to strategies that you can implement in your life. Definitely want to check that out.
All right. Thank you guys for being here with us today. Till tomorrow. Peace out.
In 2021, the free hearts and minds of the world are standing together in celebration of freedom and community.
The people are waking and organizing. The people are recognizing their own power.
The people of the world are uniting against the Great Reset.
The people are celebrating the Greater Reset.
From May 24th to 28th, join us as we gather online and in person for the Greater Reset. From activation to expansion.
Over 5 days, we will focus on practical solutions for the most pressing issues of our time. Over 30 world-class speakers will share ideas in 5 different themes. May 24th, Mind, Body, and Soul.
May 25th, Regenerate the Earth.
May 26th, The Counter Economy.
May 27th, Liberating Technology.
May 28th, Community and Relationships. Don't miss out on the next step in the Greater Reset. It's time to get activated.
This is our world,
our way.